Hello, good morning. So happy that you are here. I'm Teresa Córdova, Director of the Great Cities Institute, and welcome to the launch of the Latino Research Initiative. This is a really exciting day, and we are so happy that you're here to help us do this launch and help us celebrate. You can see that we have a very packed agenda. Part of our purpose was to get in as much information for you as we could in this day. So things will flow, and there'll be food, there'll be opportunity for you to move around a little bit, but we're gonna keep it moving. So the first thing I want to do is acknowledge the Great Cities Institute staff, right? Everything we do, anything we do, we really do because we have such great staff, and I think all of you know how important staff is to an organization. So I especially want to thank Ms. Ebing Lee, because she's always, I refer to her as my boss. She's always sort of encouraging me and pushing me to do things, and this was an event that was really important to her. So a big shout out to Ebing Lee. I also want to acknowledge our former acting chancellor and provost, Javier Reyes. He graciously provided us, which we have not yet, don't yet have and haven't yet decided how to spend, but a little bit of seed money for the launch of this. And so I want to really acknowledge him and thank him for that support and for sharing with us this vision. But I also want to thank and acknowledge our new chancellor, Chancellor Marilyn Miranda. She sends her greetings. She was unable to be here today, but she wants to be sure and know that you are welcome to UIC. And sends her acknowledgments. I also want to acknowledge the Hispanic Federation, thank them for helping defray some of the costs. They're helping to provide some of the food. Roberto, your presence here in the Midwest, I think, is really elevating the presence of this national organization, and really, really appreciate you and appreciate the Federation, so thank you. I want to thank all of you for being here. Thank you so much. Can't do this without you, wouldn't do this without you. And so we look forward to more partnerships, more communication, and further friendships with you. Throughout the day, there'll be very elected officials here in the room, and so we will acknowledge them as they come in. We will have, for this particular panel, Cook County Commissioner Alma Anaya is going to be our moderator, facilitator. And later on, as you know, Congressman Chuy Garcia is also going to be here and speak. I also want to acknowledge folks from the Mexican consulate that are here. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. Look forward to future partnerships with you as well. We've got some UIC folks in the house. Want to first of all give a big shout out to the Institute for Research on Race and Public Policy. They've got 3 of their folks over there. All right, Amanda Lewis, the director, and Deanna Lewis also, and Yvonne Arenas. So you're applauding because you know they do great work, and I'm really happy to say that we will be collaborating with them this coming year on a report on the Latino community in Chicagoland. So you know they have this sort of series that they do, the state of race in Chicago, so we're going to be doing that. By the way, Ebing Lee just came in the room. There she is. Everyone, please give her a big applause. I love this woman. There's nothing I don't think about or don't do that. I don't talk to Ebing about it. So, also, I know she's not here yet, I don't think, but Ipsy will be in the house later on. Norma Ramos, Luis Duarte from Lares. Thank you so much, Luis. Yay. You know that the hard work of Lares is part of why we have so many Latino students here at UIC. So we know that you and your crew work really hard, and we know that you really do it from your heart and your commitment, your dedication. So thank you, Luis. Also want to acknowledge folks from the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. I got some folks here, Miguel Alba. All right, Veronica, thank you for being here. Also, you're with the Hispanic, the HSI program, right? The Hispanic Serving Institution program. And then from our Latino Cultural Center, Rafael Centron Cultural Center, has a long history here at UIC. Those of you who have been around know that, remember that. So I really want to acknowledge Jorge Mena Robles, who is the Associate Director over there. He's here on behalf of Rosa Cabrera, who is traveling, so thank you. Silvia Puente is not here yet, but one of her crew members here. I want to acknowledge her. We just did a report with her and with the Latino Policy Forum and with the Metropolitan Planning Council on Latinos in the suburbs. And you can find that on their website. And then I also want to acknowledge, also not here, but we've done some partnership with them, is the Carlos Hernandez with the Chicago Latino Arts and Cultural summit. It's an alliance of folks. So with that, though, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Commissioner Anaya, who's going to facilitate this wonderful panel of these esteemed, wonderful people here. The bios are on the table. What we're not going to do is take time to read all the bios because that would take all the time, because these are all very busy, very productive people. But we've, and I almost, our work with I mentioned elected officials, Alderman, I've got to acknowledge Alderwoman Jessie Fuentes, right? So we're so proud of you. I mean, Jessie is from Humboldt Park. She really rocks it. What you're going to hear from her today is going to be about the partnership we did with the Puerto Rican Agenda and their work they're doing in Puerto Rico town, and the work that they've done to help really get these cultural districts going. But with no further ado, let me pass it to you, Commissioner Alma Anaya, Cook County Commissioner. Yay!
Buenos dias. How are we feeling today?
Great.
Oh, okay. We're missing some coffee. We gotta, feel free during this conversation to go up there and help yourself to some food and some coffee. I'm extremely excited to be here. I know we're launching this great initiative, and I just want to thank, of course, Teresa and everyone from Greater Cities Institute and also UIC for being really intentional about ensuring that these types of initiatives and programs are really kind of folded into the work that is being done. So thank you, Teresa, for the invitation and having me here today. I'm also excited because this panel is just so exciting to me. I've worked with most of them, I think with all, in many various projects. So it's really good to have this conversation. So today we're going to, make sure that we are making that connection between the community type of work, so that co-production, and it's extremely important for us to be making these conversations and discussing this. So we're going to kick it off by just, quick introductions. Like Teresa said, there are bios on the table, but it's important for us to get to know a little bit of the background and the type of work that they're doing. So I want to just maybe kick it off to Oswaldo. If you could just introduce yourself and then just a little bit about the work that you've been doing. And then we'll go into the meaningful questions, and you'll be put on the spot on another thing. So welcome, Oswaldo, if you can just kick us off.
Okay. Hi. There you go. Okay. Hi, everyone. It's kind of weird for me entering into this room since I feel like I've known so many of you throughout my whole stages of life and career. I see someone who I started this journey with about 20 years ago, Maureen Helwig, who is right there at Erie Neighborhood House. And so anyway, I just want to say hi to all of you. Again, Oswaldo Alvarez. I am the executive director of the Illinois Legislative Latino Caucus Foundation. As I'm telling you, I feel a little nervous because she feels like my boss, so I feel like I'm just like looking at her. And I'm like, I better make sure I say everything right here. But just for you to get a sense, the Latino Caucus Foundation is a 21-year-old organization. Last year was the first year that it transitioned from being a board-led organization to a staff-led organization. I am the inaugural executive director. And with that, we're building programs across, and a lot of the programs that we're trying to build are programs that we want to make sure that touch and represent all of the Latino voices of the state of Illinois. So I'm very excited to be here with all of you, and I'm excited for this conversation.
Great, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Ahora, the caffeine kicked in. Jessie Fuentes, alderperson of the 26th Ward, former co-chair of the Puerto Rican Agenda of Chicago, an organization, coalition of folks that seek the self-determination of Puerto Ricans in the diaspora and in Puerto Rico. A lot of the work that we will be discussing today is around combating the rapid gentrification of Humboldt Park in particular, which is the mecca of the Puerto Rican community here in Chicago, and the means in which we utilize research, Great Cities Institute, co-governance, and collaboration to really put out a body of work that will guide us for the next decade. And so I'm excited to get into the meat of what that conversation looks like.
Thank you.
Buenos dias, good morning.
Yes.
Maria del Socorro Pesqueira, and I have the privilege and honor of being the president of the Healthy Communities Foundation. We are a health conversion foundation created from the sale of McNeil Hospital back in 2000. In 2017, our board was reconstituted, and I had the privilege and honor of being appointed by that board to reignite the foundation. Our purpose is to address health equity or achieve health equity in our region, and doing so in a way that is fully engaged and informed by community. So this partnership with the University of Illinois Chicago that we'll talk a little bit more certainly is an important part and tool as we try to achieve that in our region. One more thing about our region, we have our region goes from Western Springs in the western suburbs to Western Avenue in the city of Chicago, Oak Park River Forest on the northern side to Bridgeview. So if you can visualize that circle, that is our region, both suburban and city of Chicago. Thanks.
Good morning.
Morning.
I am John Betancur, came to Chicago in 1975, so you can guess my age. Congratulations to all these young people that are taking charge away from us. It's been nice to be there. Since I landed in Chicago, I worked in the founding of Instituto del Progreso Latino. Later on, I worked in the founding of Latino Policy Forum in its third reincarnation at this point. I worked for 15 years for the Center for Urban Economic Development. We did partnerships with municipalities, community organizations, and politicians. My side job is I am a professor of urban planning in this university. Thank you.
Let's give them a round of applause for all the work that they're doing. Thank you. So a few of you already alluded to the work and the partnership that you have created with the Greater Cities Institute. And I think a fitting next question would be, how does that what was that partnership, and how has the Greater Cities Institute helped you through the process of the development of any of the projects that you all are working on, and how have they helped elevate that, and the meaning of that partnership? And we can start. I'm gonna popcorn it around. Maria, can you get us started with that?
Happy to.
Sure. We'll kick it off after that.
Absolutely. I believe you all might have received this one-page summary. It basically summarizes the work that we've done with the University of Illinois Chicago, and I want to thank Doctora Córdova and her team, including Alex, and now Representative Norma Hernandez, who were a part of putting this data together for us. It's a collection of data and maps, and meant to be, and Rob Perel, who's walked in as well, thank you for your help in this. But it's basically a resource, a tool that is, we hope to be a living tool, and because it will be it is a part of a microsite that you can access. In the back, you will see a little scanner. You could scan it, get on it, and I have to say, we've started to use this information in various ways. It allows us to take a look at where Latinos or the Latina community is in the western suburbs, and the Community Memorial Foundation, Nan, she's on her way. Oh, here's Nan, just as I mentioned her. So the Community Memorial Foundation and the Healthy Communities Foundation, we partnered with UIC Great Cities Institute to help us really map out our region. And for those of us that live in the western suburbs, it's no surprise, ninguna sorpresa, right? When you look and you see folks around you, the thing is that this data allows our grantee partners, our stakeholders, that include elected officials and all educators, folks who are selling homes. I spoke to somebody the other day who works at who's on the Chamber of Commerce of a Latino suburb, and she was saying yes. And so she loves the fact that Latinos are buying homes, right, in the western suburbs. We're laying down roots in the western suburbs. And so we're not going anywhere. If anything, we're going to continue to grow. And so as we think about the social determinants of health and the structural determinants of health, this data allows us to take a look at the gaps and what's to come, right? Because we can't, one thing is that we look around y nos vemos, and the other is to really take a look at the information that, for example, if you can see, there are towns such as Broadview, Forest View, Western Springs, LaGrange Park, who are 64%. All of these that are listed here have grown by over 60%, up to 91% from the 10 years last census. And so what does that mean when this is such a young community, when we're talking about the majority of these folks are US citizens or naturalized citizens, and perhaps in some of these homes, there are mixed status families. But what does it look like for civic engagement? What does it look like for the future of our community? So those are the kind of questions and conversations that Greg at the Community Memorial Foundation and I are having with our elected officials, but also other stakeholders in our region. And that's just un pedacito of how we're using this.
Thank you, Maria. Can we kick it off to Alderperson Fuentes?
Absolutely. So first, I want to be able to contextualize this work and talk about how do we arrive here, and then what does our partnership look like with the Great Cities Institute. First of all, Puerto Ricans have paid the highest price for global gentrification, our inability to live on the island, the place that we call home. And so when we talk about gentrification and displacement, we're not talking about gentrification just in the city of Chicago and what it has meant to uproot families from everything that they know and displace them under the justification that we are beautifying and improving a neighborhood. That has happened across borders. Gentrification has no boundaries. It has crossed oceans, and it crosses neighborhoods, and it crosses city lines. In the Puerto Rican community, particularly, we are talking about Humboldt Park. We have watched Puerto Ricans get displaced from neighborhoods across the city of Chicago since the 1960s. When Puerto Ricans migrated here, they moved to Lincoln Park, Lakeview, LaSalle, and we all know what those neighborhoods look like today, right? Since the expansion of the 606 Trail, there were many things that happened in the Puerto Rican community. The deconversion of multi-units across the community, the bulldozing of buildings that developers, particularly multi-million-dollar developers, that considered them to be inhabitable so that they can build multi-million market rate developments in their place, raised the average rent in Humboldt Park and tripled the property taxes for families that are considered legacy families in Humboldt Park. The average rent for a one-bedroom is $1,800. We have families who are living in single-family homes who have lived there for over 40 years that are now paying over $10,000 in property taxes a year. You want to talk about displacement? It is happening every day. Dr. Mindy Thompson-Fullilove joined us in 2013 for a housing summit that the Puerto Rican Agenda hosted in Humboldt Park, and she argued, once upon a time, Martin Luther King said that our struggle is the struggle of the color line, but the struggle today for Black and brown communities is the fight against displacement and the fight against gentrification. And that started us on the path to find strategic ways to fight gentrification in the Puerto Rican community so that we can, for once, build roots and not be uprooted from communities. So then Representative Delia Ramirez, State Senator Cristina Pacioni-Zayas, and myself began to draft a piece of legislation called State Designated Cultural District. That bill is now signed into law by now who is our Congresswoman Delia Ramirez, Deputy Chief of Staff Cristina Pacioni-Zayas, and I, and that, thank you. And that particular bill will provide guardrails to Humboldt Park that really protect us from gentrification. To designate a particular corridor as a cultural district will ensure that we are fighting for more affordable housing, that we are fighting to decrease the unemployment gap, that we are fighting for educational institutions that are going to be rooted in culturally congruent curriculum that educate our young people about who they are and where they come from so that they see themselves as agents of change in our community. So how does that get us with the Great Cities Institute? This particular bill creates a pipeline at the state level that really thinks about how are we making investments, permanent and consistent investments in communities that are rapidly being gentrified so that we can help sustain working families in the city of Chicago. The Puerto Rican community, Humboldt Park, through the Puerto Rican Agenda, will apply to be the entity that becomes the stakeholder of this particular cultural district. And it's not enough, right, to just claim that we're being gentrified. It's not enough for legislators to come to our community and see how unaffordable this is. We have to justify our investment, right? And we have to make sure that we're rooted in data and in research. How many of you all live in communities in which researchers come in, they do the research, they take all the data and knowledge, and then they leave and never return? It happens to all of us. More people should be raising their hands here, right? Researchers come to Black and brown communities all the time and do research. Then they take that knowledge, they take that research, and they leave with it. And they don't leave it with the stakeholders that are the ones who are boots on the ground seeking to create change every day. Now, the Great Cities Institute is proven to be a research group that really roots themselves in community engagement, co-governance, and collaboration. And it was nothing that I had ever seen before, right? The great cities would come in and they would bring their best people, experts, to be able to do the work, and they would engage with community in exactly what is the story that they want to be told, because numbers tell a story, but they don't often tell the story we need it to tell. And the Great Cities Institute partnered with the Puerto Rican Agenda to host a series of workshops that really thought about, if we are going to demand for more affordable housing, then what are the numbers that we need to elevate? If we are going to talk about employment rates and how it has disproportionately impacted Latina women and young people from the ages of 16 to 24, who are we talking to? If we are going to be thinking about how arts and culture transform and transcend spaces, who are we bringing to the table? And so the Great Cities Institute produced a Puerto Rico Town booklet, and I'll make sure that Dr. Córdova gets it to you all through an email listserv. But what this booklet does is not only tells the state why this community needs the type of investment that the state-designated cultural district asks for, but what it does, it outlines why communities across the city deserve this type of work. Communities like Bronzeville, communities like Little Village, communities like Inglewood that have been historically disinvested in. When we are talking about building a better and safer city of Chicago, then we have to be talking about sustaining, investing, and collaborating with communities and neighborhoods. And so we've been super excited about that work, and the relationship is one that seeks to be long-term. And I think that that's important when we're thinking about an institute like the Great Cities Institute, is that they didn't come in to do research as a one-stop shop, but rather this is a long-term relationship, because as the dynamic and the circumstances change and evolve every day, so does our need to continue to do the research so that we continue to build on the work that we started a decade ago.
That's beautifully put. I think that's, I think exactly why we are here today having this conversation. Is about identifying the issues, but also working with people on the ground and doing the research and being able to utilize the research, and that the beauty that co-convening really creates. So thank you, Alderperson Fuentes. I want to kick it off to Dr. Betancur. If you can walk us. are you okay? He's like, no, I didn't want to go next. Give me another second. If you can also, just kind of walk us through the work that you've been doing and then how it's kind of partnered up with the Greater Cities Institute.
Thank you again. Good morning.
Good morning.
I can talk from both ends. When I was director of Instituto del Progreso Latino, we collaborated with Northern Illinois University, and that actually got us going in a difficult moment. But I have been associated with Voorhees Center, with IRRPP, with Great Cities Institute, and with the Center for Urban Economic Development. From this end, the technical assistance providers. I think, first of all, that hand-holding with community organizations has been great. Unfortunately, a lot of the work that we did, I have done probably more than 50 collaborations. A lot of the work that we did went nowhere, and we can discuss why. But a lot of it got them funding. A lot of it got them started in new ventures. A lot of the work that we have done helped them develop business plans, feasibility studies, community profiles, designs, what have you. The work with municipalities has been more limited. I don't know if I offend anybody, but politicians only listen to those that say what they want to hear. And that's been my experience working with most of them. They are not very open to criticisms. I wish they were, because they would make less mistakes. We also make mistakes. We are not wisdom and truth. We are just an opinion based on data. I have done a lot of work in gentrification. I have worked with the Puerto Rican community. I have worked with the Pilsen community. This report was produced last year. It's the third report I work on for Pilsen. From this side, I am more an activist than a professor, I guess, and probably that's why that's my side job. I don't think I could be effective in a classroom if I don't know, if I haven't done what I am talking about. A lot of professors teach out of books, and that's important. But in these fields, it's more important to teach out of your practice and your experience, and make that experience into theory rather than try to impose a theory on where it doesn't fit. Anyway, I think Great Cities has been a big contributor to the community. It has gone through 3 different directorships. I think it's going back to earth. Great Cities came out of QED, the Center for Urban Economic Development. The university criticized us for not producing academic work. Then the idea of Great Cities was to do partnerships that resulted in academic publications. Now, I think Teresa is going back to the times when it's about partnering with communities more than producing academic work. And that is very important. So I leave it there. These people have great wisdom, so listen to them.
So I'm going to pick on Oswaldo now. I think one of the common themes in all of these housing is extremely important, not only in the city of Chicago, but for communities of color. So I know, Oswaldo, the work that you've been doing with Greater Institute might kind of transcend that. Can you kind of talk about some of the work that you all are doing, how it connects back to the Greater Cities Institute?
For sure. Again, hi everyone. I see a whole lot of people who have walked in right after. Really, you guys should take a seat if you guys can find one.
Yeah, there's plenty of seats, lots of seats.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty of seats over here.
Yeah, so yeah, if you can find, there's a whole lot of seats. Don't be shy, come on. I think that, so one, I also do want to acknowledge that I see Representative Edgar Gonzalez here in the room. Hi, Representative, good to see you. Yeah, I'm squinting, but I know this is you. And I do want to say that one of the things that has been, and I'll talk a little bit, I'll go right into the work, that has been very fulfilling for me, even in this work that I'm doing, is to be working alongside so many powerful Latinos day in, day out. I just have to say that before, some of you may know that I was a director of the census, like prior to this job. On my second day on the job, I was in a panel discussion with Alderwoman Jessie Fuentes. Right now that I was like, oh my God, this is a deja vu. And then she just like fired me up right now. And I was like, that's right, that's what happened the last time. You still got it. And I do want to say but with that, I do want to say that one of the most rewarding pieces of this kind of work that we have with Great Cities Institute is this whole combination, is this work between Latinos doing research, Latinos on the ground, and us coming together and trying to hash it out and figure out what it is that truly is there. I say this in that many times, and we've all been in the field for many years, many times the research, the data, public policy, just in general, has so much of a lens where it's all about the deficits. It's all about what is so wrong with this picture. Why are we poor? Why are we dumb? Why are we, all of these different things that even though those are not the words it's saying, that's implicitly what it's saying, right? And when you have two different pairs of Latinos coming together and say, wait, hold on, I see that that's the number that you have that, but I know my people. And my people are circumventing that right there. And when you have that, you have a more open conversation and you come a little bit more closer to what is a systemic solution that together we can think of. I say this in that, for example, I mean, some of you know my background is in workforce development, right? I did that work for many years, right? And one of the things in workforce development is that we always think about the worker, right? Many times we think about the employer, but what about all of those Latinos who are neither employee or employer and somehow are in the hustle making it happen, right? And then, and I say this in that if we're only thinking about data here and nothing here, when it comes to public policy, are we really addressing a huge chunk of the people of how we know that people will live and work? And that's kind of what I'm trying to say and what happens when you have both the researchers who are Latinos, you have us over here pushing, I don't know if that's true, right? And so one of the things that now we're very excited that we're going to be working with, the Latino Caucus Foundation, so as you may know, a couple of years ago, the Latino Caucus, the Illinois Legislative Latino Caucus, they created what is now called the Raíces document, right? And the Raíces document is really where all of the legislators came together, and they came in an agreement that they are going to be united on 5 different big issue areas, right? Usually the way that it has been happening in the last couple of years is that once they are in session, who is leading which kind of issue area, what have you, it goes into one of the 5 different buckets. One of the things of how we are evolving Raíces and taking it to its next level is with this partnership with Great Cities Institute. What we're going to be doing is prior to session, right, we're working with community members, with community-based nonprofits, advocacy organizations, to really dig into these 5 different issue areas and really understand, again, what is that middle, if that makes sense. What is that middle? What is that we're not capturing? We haven't solved gentrification. We haven't solved poverty, right? We haven't solved all these different things. So what is that middle, right? One of the things that we are going to be doing this year, we're going to be, we're having a conference. We're bringing that back. But the purpose of the conference this year is really to inform Raíces. And for Raíces then, now we're calling it a 3-chapter book, where the first chapter, the foundation, in partnership with Great Cities Institute does it, which is all of this research, all of this input. Chapter 2, the caucus takes that and is all of the response directly into what came out of chapter 1, if that makes sense. And then chapter 3 is where both the caucus and the foundation, we come together and we see what worked, what didn't work, what campaigns are needed, what advocacy issues are needed, or what do we need to celebrate, right? So with that, I do want to say that what's so exciting about, again, this entire partnership is, and just going back to it, is that I do want to say, like, it's something that Alderwoman Fuentes said, is something that Maria Pesqueira said, is this is all of the stuff that we already knew, right? It's nothing new, not really, right? It's all about us, like, really digging it in so that we can really bring it to light, so that we can truly do effective public policy that does benefit us all.
Great. Thank you, Lola. Thank you. And I, of course, just want to welcome Nanette Silva. I didn't want to put you on the spot right away, but basically, can you walk us through, a little background on you, your organization, and then also the partnership with Greater Cities Institute and how that has elevated the type of work that you're doing?
Of course, happy to.
Welcome.
Welcome, thank you, and thank you all. My name is Nanette Silva. I'm with the Community Memorial Foundation. We're a health conversion foundation that serves the western suburbs since 1995, and we serve 27 communities that extend into southeastern DuPage County as well. And as Maria probably has already said, we work very closely with Healthy Communities Foundation on several different projects, including a community health worker project, which I probably want to backtrack just a little bit to be able to talk about how the Great Cities Institute has really helped us, not only as far as foundations, but to be able to provide us with a living document that, and I'm sure Maria, probably you walk through this. Go ahead. Pretty much. No, that's fine. But it's a tool. It's a microsite. It is a hands-on piece of information that folks can go and check on up-to-date data from every sector in the community, from the nonprofit sector to the for-profit sector to municipalities, governmental, et cetera. And what we want to do is make this an ongoing living conversation. And I'm kind of hearing from my co-panelists here that whole theme of making it alive in the community. Don't just, have research that sits on a shelf and then, it goes away. We want this to be an ongoing conversation. As Maria probably said, she's taking it on the road with Greg from Community Memorial Foundation to municipalities and townships, but we're also taking it to our grantee partners. For example, we had a webinar about a month ago where we introduced this, not only for Alex and Rob and Representative Norma Hernandez to be able to go through the product that was developed, but how do you take it? How do you use it in crafting a grant proposal? How do you use the data and look and see, either I knew this or maybe I didn't know this, but now I've got the information at my fingertips. How do I then educate my spheres of influence about, what is going on? When we did that presentation to our grantee partners, what was interesting in soliciting some feedback from them was that a great many folks were surprised by a couple of things. Not so much by the rising numbers, I think they had seen that, but they were very surprised by the steady home ownership rates that are increasing and the routes that are being developed in our west suburban communities, which a lot of folks were, not quite, they didn't know that it was to that extent. And also the way that the population is skewing towards the younger ages and how that impacts the schools and what that means for the next 10 years as we move forward with all of this. Interestingly enough, from the nonprofit perspective, though, is that in the western suburbs, since it's really the last 10 years where we've seen this development, the nonprofit organizations there, and they know this, we have ongoing conversations about this, most of the leadership of those nonprofit organizations is still white, both in the governance in terms of the boards of directors and also in terms of executive leaders in their organizations. Now, are they cultivating a pipeline, starting through some of the entry-level positions and on up? Yes, but we know that's going to take some time, and we know that this leadership shift isn't just going to, change like that. But we really don't have a critical mass of Latino-run organizations at this point in time. But there are conversations about how to be able to create that representation, but that it will take time. And it's not perfect. not everybody is as welcoming as we'd like, though the majority are. And I think with these sorts of conversations and with ambassadorship and with, just education and having these conversations and seeing the reality around us as we see the panaderias, coming up, and as we see the mercados, coming into our neighborhoods, and as we welcome them, and of course, the new arrivals as well. That's a whole other conversation that we could certainly have. Thank you to Great Cities Institute for giving us this tool, this living document that we can take on forward and continue the relationship and partnership.
Thank you, Nanette. So I can't tell you how many times I've had conversations that, I think as particularly me as an elected, it's quite frustrating that a lot of things kind of don't move as fast in the areas that we want them to move as fast, particularly around like the people that we represent. I represent the largest concentration of Latinos and immigrants in the whole county. And oftentimes, I'm always told, well, the research is not there, well, the data's not there. So I think all of the input that you all have been able to provide kind of gives us a really good lens on like why we need to be doing this and why we need to make sure that we're at the table of the conversations on research and looking at the things that are pertaining to the communities. Like Alderperson Fuentes said, a lot of times it's not people from the community that are doing the research and are not looking specifically at the areas that we need to be looking at. Mm-hmm. So it's extremely important to continue this conversation. The next question, I know we're about 15 minutes out for us to close. I'm just a shameless plug for the next panel. My Mujeres, Latinas, and Acción family is here. They're going to be talking about, let's give them a round of applause. They're going to be talking about Actívate. That is a great example of, what that research can look like and how to utilize the information. So I'm excited about the next panel. But the next question is, what do you think are some of the most pressing challenges and opportunities facing the Latino communities in the region? And what are some of the policy and programmatic needs? So it's kind of a heavy one. So Nanette, do you want to kick us off this time around?
Sure, yes, thank you so much. Yeah, I'll kind of just continue on the thread that I had started. In terms of challenges, luckily I think there's an easy solution. It's getting the education and the information out there, which now that we've got something concrete, we're able to do. But the challenge is still, as I mentioned, the pipeline, previously, that it is going to take some time to get the representation that we so hope for. But we've seen an example of how that can come to fruition. I had mentioned briefly before the Community Health Worker Initiative that we've been doing for almost 7 years now at this point in time. 7 or 8 years ago, pre-COVID, when we were first thinking, boy, we really want a promotora initiative out in the western suburbs, we were very surprised to realize that nobody knew what a CHW was or a promotora was, and that we really needed to start from square one as far as promotora 101 as to what that meant. And it took some time, but as people saw the value in that, people said, we want one too. And we were able to put out an RFP, and I think 18 organizations originally had applied for that, and it has only grown since then, and the pandemic has only catapulted that work since then as well in terms of the value of the promotoras and the CHWs and the CCDPH, Cook County Department of Public Health. Now we're partnering with them on that. And speaking of CCDPH, a big challenge is public-private. That we talk a lot about how we work with our colleagues in the private health foundations with the work that we do. But in engaging with Cook County Department of Public Health for the last couple of years and trying to go through an exercise called a crosswalk, where we find like the Venn diagram of what we do and what's in the middle and what can we possibly work on and keep it a sustainable sort of effort. I think that's the challenge, because it's different beasts. Government is one beast, private sector is another beast. There's a lot to unpack there. And, I would probably say that it's time and patience, to be able to continue to have the conversations, to be able to build the relationships on a continual basis, and to be willing to pass the baton on to the next generation to keep the work going.
Thank you. Oswaldo, do you want to chime in?
Oh. Sorry,
or you have to chime in.
So the question is on challenges and opportunities, right? And I would say that, I think that, and I think I alluded to this in my previous comment, and that I feel like, and this is probably me speaking, right? But I feel like the challenges, we all know them, right? We've been reading about them. We have an entire coursework about all of the challenges of what we're facing, right? Throw a rock. And one of the things that I do feel is that this kind of partnership is about highlighting the opportunities and the assets of the community, highlighting what are the things that are working well and how can we capitalize that and bring it even further, if that makes sense. For me, I do think that even like that example of what I just said about the whole worker versus employer, right? Like, if we can really start thinking about that and start thinking about the hairdresser, right? The electrician, the person who cleans houses, the Ava, all of those different things, all of those jobs that I will say data at one point said, those were not high-paying jobs. Those are jobs that are low wage. Those are dead end. All of those things because we have to remember that data has always been showing us how you're doing it wrong, right? And our people are like, you know what? Well, I'll just go around you then, right? And that's kind of what I'm trying to say, right? That if we could really now start respecting people where they are, and I really mean respecting, right? And see people eye to eye and say, this is what it is. Now we can think about the opportunities. Now, if, for example, if we're looking at this kind of middle, and I'm just putting this as an example, right? If we're looking at this middle, now we're realizing, oh, wait, hold on. Maybe it's not called gig work. Maybe it is kind of gig work. Maybe it's not classified. Maybe you really did have 3 clients a day in the hair, but you're only claiming 1. I get it, right? And maybe you don't have any kind of safety net, right? Maybe you don't have maybe now I can think of public policy that could really benefit a whole lot of people. Again, the DJ. I can really go on and on and on. And these are folks who we interact with day in, day out, right? Who are neither this or neither that, and yet policy, because the data has, even if there was a data, it was telling how these people those are dead-end jobs, so it doesn't even matter, right? And that's kind of what I mean. And that's the opportunity that I really do see with a partnership like this with Great Cities Institute.
Great, thank you. Maria, do you,
Sure.
can you please chime in?
As I think about the opportunities and the challenges, or vice versa, obviously, Healthy Communities Foundation, we think about healthy communities, right? So, and when we think of the social determinants of health, only 20% of one's health and well-being is access to clinical health care, right, or specifically medical care. Yet, it's a really important part, right? So when we think about the insured and the underinsured in our community, that's definitely a challenge. When I look at, when we first started this restart at the foundation, we took a look at our zip codes in our region and their health and well-being from those rankings that are specifically looking at the county health ranking status. And so no surprise that the healthiest zip code in our region was the zip code that is the furthest west that borders DuPage County. And by the way, DuPage County is the healthiest county in the nation according to these rankings. But it takes a look at all the aspects of what various healthy communities need, right? From clean parks, quality schools, an opportunity for economic opportunities, right? Housing. All these are the social determinants of health. And so when we look at where the gaps are in the western suburbs, we can also look at this point, we are, for the most part, a healthy community, right? Because we're younger. And then as you age, as our community's aging and the chronic illnesses are there, and if we're underinsured or not insured, it is very clear in our older population, and especially as our population ages, is one of the things that I'm most concerned. The opportunities, the economic side of our region, of our community, right? When we think about, we are a community that we make things happen. We can stretch. We're innovative. We bring in life to communities. And it is no surprise, right? And so, Alderperson Fuentes, when you spoke about the gentrification, in our region, we're getting a lot of folks who have been pushed out of the city of Chicago and are moving into the western suburbs. We now have 2 new Puerto Rican restaurants in our region, 2, right? So thinking of not just 1, but 2. In Riverside, when you go there, and the thriving businesses, the most thriving businesses are Latino owned. You go to Michael's Pancake House, it's packed, right? In the morning. You could go to, there's a new ice cream shop in the neighborhood called Londres. Latina owned, right? And so there is, it is, even the Irish pub is now Latino owned in Riverside. So, when we think about economic opportunity and the engine, that's where the opportunity is coming. So.
Great. Thank you, Maria. Alderperson Fuentes, the second part of that question was, what are some of the policy and programmatic needs? Can you speak a little bit on that?
Yeah, so, the first thing I want to say, just in terms of our greatest challenge, is that historically, by government and great systems, we have been treated as a monolithic group, and our needs are diverse, right? Our needs to fight colonialism and be self-determined are very different than our fight against deportation. Or our fight for basic shelter for our individuals who are here seeking asylum. And the fact that we have had policies dictate the future of our communities, treating us as a one collective body and monolithic, has been the problem from the very beginning, because we are not a community in which one size is going to fit all of our needs. And so when we're thinking about the opportunities programmatically and through policy, is that for the first time, we have the opportunity to change the discourse. We have the opportunity to rewrite the narrative, right? To create policies that truly fit the unique need of each Latino community across the city of Chicago and the state. When we're thinking about communities like Humboldt Park and Pilsen, right? One would paint us with one stroke of a paintbrush and say we are resolving for all of the problems in both communities. But the reality is that we require some unique attention, right? Our Latinos that are being pushed out of the city need very different things than the Latinos who are arriving in the suburbs. And so when we think about, for those of us who are elected officials and we pertain to Latino caucuses, when we're thinking about the policies that we create and the programs that we develop for organizations and community collectives to apply for, we must think about the unique needs that our people have across the state of Illinois. And so I urge folks who are on the research end, and I urge folks who are taking up space in government to really think about the diversity of circumstances and needs in the city of Chicago, right? Because when I am in the 26th ward and I'm fighting for affordable housing, I am keenly aware that that is not going to help the thousands of Venezuelans that are sleeping in police stations. Yeah. Yep. And so there's a different strategy that must be taken there, right? And it requires me to think differently and outside of my lived experience to be able to truly address the needs of my community. And it is the same thing that we must push for when folks are publishing data and research that doesn't necessarily tell the accurate story, right? So we have this ability to be transformative. And when we're thinking about programs and we're thinking about policies, we have to start there.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Betancur,
let me see. I have misgivings about the operation of this country in terms of mini nations, the mini nation Irish, the mini nation German, Polish, etc. And I'm very critical of Latinos having to focus on Latinos. When I came to this country, I tried to join the unions because that was my training. However, they pushed me away. When I was a faculty, I started trying to write about general issues, and I was pushed away and told I should write about Latino issues. and many of the reports that are written about Latinos are based on how they compare to whites. And basically, that tells us that the agenda comes from the deficits that were imposed on us by racism. I worked for a long time in building bridges between the Black and the Latino community. I thought that was more important than working for the mini nation, the Latino mini nation. I think that was very important because the bottom line, for me, there are two bottom lines. One is power and the other one is progressiveness. I think a lot of the work that Latino organizations do is very defensive and very unprogressive. It's like catching up. And we need to build into that work a sense of progressiveness and empowerment, a sense of building bridges, a sense of coalescing. The last fight between Latinos and Blacks in city council was because Blacks didn't want to step out and allow Latinos to step up. And I think that is a big distraction. We are both losers when that's the fight that we engage in. So my point about policy is build bridges, build power, and build progressiveness. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Great way to closing us off. So again, I just want to thank all the panelists today for coming and sharing some of the successes, but also that vision for going forward. And of course, I'll have to hand it over to Teresa since she's been nudging me about closing out. Thanks, Teresa. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Buenos dias, good morning. We're going to smoothly transition to the next panel, so bear with us. All right, I'm going to get started. Buenos dias, good morning, everyone. My name is Roberto Valdez Jr. I am the Midwest Policy Director for the Hispanic Federation. Before we get started with the panel, as you can see, folks are settling in. I do want to acknowledge Congressman Chuy Garcia in the room. So thank you, Congressman, for joining us. I also, before I get started, want to give a huge thank you to UIC Great Cities for the opportunity to support such a momentous launch. I specifically want to thank Dr. Teresa Córdova for her leadership and her friendship. Thank you, Teresa, I really appreciate it. It helps us speak. Ready to go? Wonderful. So again, my name is Roberto Valdez Jr., Midwest Policy Director for the Hispanic Federation. For those who are unfamiliar with the Federation, we are a national Latino nonprofit organization that seeks to empower Latino communities, support Latino families, and strengthen Latino institutions. We work in the public policy and advocacy space. We develop and implement programs, and we support our partner organizations and member organizations through capacity building and other leadership development opportunities. We have 34 partner organizations here in the state of Illinois, one of them being Mujeres, Latinas en Acción. And as all of you may be fully aware, Mujeres this year celebrated their 50th anniversary, so if we can give them a round of applause for such a great achievement. I also learned that Mujeres is the longest standing and serving Latina-led organization in the United States, here in Chicago, so that's wonderful. So as we think about today's panel, it will really focus on Mujeres' collaboration with Great Cities and their production of the report Actívate. I feel that like the title of the report itself really not only talks about the recommendations and the action and the data behind it, but really it is a call to action not only for Mujeres, for their partners, but our entire community, especially those who are in the public policy space. So I'm going to briefly introduce our panelists, and then we'll get into the questions. To my immediate left, we have Erika Aguirre, licensed professional counselor and Oasis Project co-founder. During her time at Mujeres, Erica served as the court advocate supervisor and was instrumental to the success of Activate, as she facilitated focus groups, provided counseling services, and helped with interview transcription. Thank you, Erica, for being here. Next, we have Linda Tortolero, CEO and President of Mujeres, Latinas, and Acción. Linda leads the strategic plan for advancing Mujeres' advocacy based on key issues such as immigrant justice, economic justice, and women's health and gender. Thank you, Linda, for being here. And then last but not least, we have Sayeed Sanchez Johnson, who is the advocacy coordinator for Mujeres. As advocacy coordinator, Sayeed organizes Mujeres' advocacy efforts around the 4 key pillars: immigrant justice, economic justice, women's health, and confronting gender-based violence. So first question, and I will give a shout out to Mujeres. They actually included the report on everyone's table. So when you get a chance, take a look. The design's beautiful, the data and the recommendations are even better. So the first question is gonna go to Linda. As the CEO and president of Mujeres, why was it so important for Mujeres to embark on such a robust community assessment?
Thank you, Roberto. The first thing I wanted to do, though, is just to thank the great partners of UIC Great Cities Institute, Dr. Córdova, State Representative Norma Hernandez, and also members of our staff, Neusa, Monica, Erika, Sayeed, Gil, and Fanny, for helping us do this amazing feat, and all of our funders, like Hispanic Federation, that made this happen. We're very grateful to all of you. One thing that I really took away from the first panel is something that Professor Betancur said, which is when we think about the Latina population in our country, we oftentimes do not emphasize the need to do a community-specific approach. And we felt at Mujeres that the Latina community of the Chicago metro area deserved their own study, their own community data-driven approach with regards to what the challenges are facing our Latinas and our families. And so for us, that was really pivotal. And so I really appreciated that point, and also the opportunity to work with researchers at UIC to allow us to really emphasize that there are certain things that we need to know more about critical issues of intersectionality as they face our community, which are immigration justice, gender-based violence, women's health, which include reproductive justice at Mujeres, as well as economic justice. So for us, that was really important. The other thing that I would say is, what is a community data-driven approach? I mean, that's a mouthful. And I'm really glad that I have my colleague Erika here with me, because I think we have to make sure that we are mindful and compassionate to the people that we're actually trying to learn from. It's one thing to invite them to the table and share space, but we really need to listen and not come with presumptions and not come with assumptions either about who these community participants are and the stakeholders we have. And so really glad that Mujeres was able to do that, both with our staff as well as with the UIC partnership. For us, that was really important. The other thing I will say is that I really also appreciated what my colleague Nan Silva said about Promotor de Salud. We have had a very much community-based approach since we began 50 years ago. We've been doing Promotor de Salud for 20 years. Now it's in vogue, everyone talks about it, but we've been leading in that space. So who better than us at Mujeres, who better than Chicago's Latinas to really talk about our experiences and what that actually means? And so for us, that's really important. The other reason why we felt that doing this assessment was needed is because Mujeres Latinas is often thought about as only a direct service provider, which is very important in our community, providing gender-based violence services, doing economic partnerships, all that is critical. But we have been an advocacy organization for a very long time that does community organizing and mobilization. We do both. And what that does for us is that it makes us very powerful in telling our story and how it's done. I often get very distressed, to be honest, that more organizations that do direct service work in our community are not doing advocacy. And Mujeres oftentimes is in spaces where we lift a lot of that water. And we need that data, one, to help us tell that story, but we also have to drive how we tell that data, making sure that we're always based in community, and it's not just about the data, which is important, but what the community tells us and capturing those stories. So we want to make sure that we do that. And I think finally, we also saw that As we are building our national profile, for those that don't know, Mujeres is now a culturally specific sexual assault resource center that is recognized nationally by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. We need to set, thank you. We need to set the example. I will tell you honestly that it's wonderful that we're doing this work at the national level, but there's not enough culturally specific gender-based violence organizations that are serving Latinas and the Latinx population. This must change. And so we hope that we can inspire people to take their own approaches to how they want to talk about their community, both based on data and as well as the stories that are coming from the community.
Thank you, Linda. Next question is for, yes, of course, is for Erica. Erica, I understand great cities and Mujeres took great care to not re-traumatize survivors during data collection, which I think in itself is very powerful. Can you talk about what steps were taken to accomplish that, and why was this so important to take this approach?
Hi, good morning, everyone. As picking up one thing that said, we wanted to make sure from the get-go that we honor our participants throughout this research and that they knew that their participation was voluntarily, and we just wanted to hear from their experiences. So what that means, re-traumatizing people. We wanted to make sure that, first of all, let me just give a definition of that. That means that we experience the same stress reaction as when we go through a traumatic event. So knowing that, we wanted to make sure that some of the questions that we were gonna be asking our participants, we anticipated could be triggering for them. A lot of them were participants from our gender-based violence programs, or domestic violence, sexual assault. So again, we wanted to make sure that the questions were mindful. Granted that we conducted all of the focus groups during the pandemic, so that was a challenge. All of the sessions that we did were through video, so that at the beginning was a challenge, but again, we wanted to make sure that they knew this was a safe space. So, having said that, what we did, first, we prioritized consent. So that meant that from the get-go, when I was in charge of recruiting participants, I let them know that there was a voluntary participation. Most of them, again, were either active participants of the program or people who had graduated from a program, but we wanted to make sure that they knew there was no strings attached to us, that if they felt at some point during the focus groups or the interviews that they couldn't follow with the questions, that they knew that they could just leave safely without any explanation given. So that was the first one. Second one, as a counselor, I wanted to make sure that the space was a safe space for them. Meaning that they knew that, first of all, they had clear idea about the goals with their research, that they knew that we just wanted to hear about their experiences. We were not expecting a quote-unquote right or wrong answer. It was just, tell me what happened. What happened when you went to a community clinic? What was the experience? What happened to when you went to the court? What was the experience? So it was very conversational. That's how I think our community feels more comfortable. So I really wanted to make sure that they knew that this was a safe space for them. Again, there were no right or wrong answers. Also, we try to let them know that there were resources. As a counselor, I wanted to make sure that they knew if something was triggering for them, that they knew that I was right there to provide the support. Obviously not during the focus group session, but right after, they knew how to contact me. I was lucky enough that many of those participants were actually my participants, so I had built a relationship with them. Some of them were participants from the program that I already knew. I had conducted psychoeducational groups with many of them, so that relationship thankfully was there. So they knew this was a safe space, and again, if they felt that they needed to process some of the questions that we asked during the group, they knew how to reach me, and if they needed longer support, they were all connected to either to their previous counselor or somebody who could provide that support longer term, but they all had that access to those support. So again, those were the ways in which we wanted to make sure that, again, they knew this was a safe space for them. Thankfully, with my experience doing the groups, they knew me. They were, I think, they felt safe, and the groups were very, very successful. So.
Thank you, Erica. My next question is for Sayeed. What does Activate reveal about critical issues such as immigrant health care to our stakeholders and community members?
All right, hello everyone. So as an advocacy coordinator and someone who had the privilege to work with all of this beautiful data, work with Great Cities UIC, something that really shocked me, right, or was really critical, is just to think about, and you'll see in how we chose to divide up these issues, right, is that invariably these issues are interlinked. So when we think about our challenges and our successes in immigrant healthcare, you can't divorce that to issues around access for women's health, issues of economic justice, right, confronting gender-based violence, and in particular, thinking about the challenges that our community members are facing, right? So when we think of the data, right, we're letting the data lead us, tell us what we need to prioritize. When immigrant healthcare comes up as the issue, that's because our community members are telling us this is something they're struggling with. This is something we're struggling as a structural issue, not an individual issue. We think about the data. It was shocking for me and humbling to see, right, 50% of our community members have no form of insurance at the time of filling this essay out. And then those who do have some form of medical insurance, right, are still struggling with the issue of medical debt. And we know this is something we've been advocating, we're continuing to advocate on. And I have to give a shout out to Berta Morin, our Director of Community Engagement and Mobilization, as well as, of course, our promotoras de salud, our líderes, who not only were instrumental in getting the information for this because they have the connection with the community, right, for the trust necessary for this to be successful, but also participated in that. So as one of the lead writers on this project, it was so critical for me to honor their lived experiences, to understand that that knowledge production is powerful, and to uplift it in ways that we traditionally don't get to do, especially even in academic spaces, which makes me all the more thankful to UIC, to great cities, to really elevate this issue. So what I want you guys to take away from this, when you look at the booklet, right, and you think of it, okay, yeah, it's divided into 4 sections, right, but really all of these sections are invariably interlinked, right? When we think of the immigrant justice, the economic justice, confronting gender-based violence, and access to women's health, including reproductive justice and reproductive health, these are all interlinked. When you're talking about one, you have to be talking about the other issues.
Thank you, Sayeed. My next question is for Linda. I understand that while you were finalizing Activate, there was a drastic cut to gender-based violence funding across the country. In Activate, Mujeres advocates for long-term, sustainable funding for survivors of gender-based violence. Linda, can you talk about how this affects survivors, and what are the next steps for Mujeres on this issue?
Sure. For those that are not aware, in February 1 of this year, Illinois issued a 49% cut of all FOCA funding that was going to gender-based violence services in the state of Illinois. So organizations across the state were faced with the dramatic decision of having to reduce staff or freeze positions. At Mujeres, we also face those kind of hard decisions about what to do. I will tell you something that may not surprise a lot of you. For many people in our community, Mujeres is the go-to when we're thinking about culturally specific services for gender-based violence survivors. People have known us for years. It is a trust that we cannot take lightly. Folks want to come to us because their vecina, la abuela, la mamá, somebody came to Mujeres and they felt safe in our space, which Erika noted is so important, but they knew that we were going to respect them and who they were and their survivor experiences. So having to make those decisions is not easy, but we weren't alone. Domestic violence organizations and rape crisis centers had to do the same. Now we are faced with a situation where it is more dire. Congress is right now trying to settle a budget, which is not an easy thing to do given the political situation. And we need $1.9 billion appropriated to the Victims of Crime Act Fund in the federal budget. But unfortunately, right now, the Crime Victims Trust Fund, which is the holding place for Victims of Crime Act money, only has $1.2 billion. We've already been cut, so there's another $700 million loss that we're facing. This is important. Domestic violence particularly is a root cause of community violence. When we're talking about safety in our communities, we can't disregard the importance of domestic violence being a root cause, and children or adults who have been abused sexually as children or as adults and not seeking services. If we're going to take seriously what we want to do in this city and the suburbs with regards to community violence and public health, gender-based violence has to be key. And that's something that we're not seeing very much in the political arena. We were very grateful to the state for doing a huge historic increase in FY23 for domestic violence. But for this year's budget, we only saw for sexual assault about $5 million, which isn't enough. Domestic sexual assault hadn't received any increase in about 20 years. And $5 million is about $7 million short of what's happening. The other thing that's really critical too is that who are the people that are employed in gender-based violence? Women. Women's work is underappreciated. We have to make sure when women's work is underappreciated, undervalued, we are doing ourselves a great disservice as a society. About 2 years ago, Mujeres, Latinas, and Acción launched a Latina pay equity. Our first year was really successful, in a large part due to our state representatives and state senators that made a huge increase in domestic violence. But we need to continue to do that because our people deserve to get paid. And overwhelmingly in the gender-based violence sector, it's women of color. It's Latinas, it's Black women, it's Indigenous women, it's Arab women, it's Muslim women. And we need to do better by our sisters of color that are in this space. I'm really passionate about this issue, and Mujeres, has, again, all that trust in the community, but we also have to carry more water. Why? Because going back to what I said earlier, we need to have more stronger advocacy within our sector. We need to make sure that we're helping those rape crisis centers or domestic violence organizations that haven't done advocacy to do that. So Mujeres is making a commitment to help our sister organizations as they think about their own advocacy strategies and how they can make sure that they can make winning arguments that are compelling, but also based on what they're seeing in their community for these dollars. And for that is really incredibly critical. I always talk about how something that's really sad in the state of Illinois is that Mujeres is the only culturally specific sexual assault center in the state of Illinois. Right now, we're providing training and technical assistance for Arab American families. How can we be a state that is progressive where we do not have more culturally specific sexual assault centers? And Mujeres has to lead that change. And when we think about gender-based violence as a movement, we have to think about making sure that we think about the larger women's rights issues that are ahead of us, particularly with regards to reproductive health. I'm really grateful that we live in a state where we are supportive of bodily autonomy, but we also have to make sure that that's very much linked to respecting women's bodies and respecting the LGBTQ community and people who are differentially abled. And so I think we need to put the gender-based violence conversation as a larger community safety issue, a larger public health issue, and have it not be siloed, because as my colleague here, Sayeed, said, there is so much intersectionality to this issue that we do a disservice to our whole community when we silo it and we don't recognize that just because the majority of survivors are women, it can be sidelined in that way, because this really is a human rights issue. And we'll continue to advocate because we have to employ both a city, state, and federal advocacy strategy to make that happen. We will not be soft in doing our advocacy efforts because gender-based violence is that important.
Thank you, Linda. So my last question is for all three of you. We have about 4 minutes, so if you can be quick and brief. It's a lumped question here. In your dream scenario, what would you like Activate's audience to take away from this project? What would be the change you would want to see? What will Activate lead to? And Erica, you can go first.
Okay. I guess seeing the result of the work that we did, at least my personal hope will be that this can be, I guess, distributed to as many of people of our community as we can. A lot of us, especially the previous panel, we're talking about the community in the northwestern suburbs. I live there. I think there is a lack of services for a community around that area. We're thankful that in the Chicagoland area, there is more places that participants can go to receive services. And just seeing the result of our work and what our participants told us about their experiences seeking health services, going to court when survivors of gender-based violence, the challenges that they faced. And just seeking services for housing, the lack of resources, culturally specific resources, like Linda said, that there is. I think it's something that hopefully with this work we can create awareness that there is a community that needs those resources. We sadly have a lot of taxation with that representation, and I think that needs to change. Our communities are growing, our communities are have businesses, our communities empower other people, so I'm hoping that with this work we can just spread the word that we are present, that we're here, that we do face challenges, and despite many of those challenges, there's a lot of our participants that I've been thankful to see grow, coming out of a domestic violence situation, going and that's something so powerful that I got to experience as working at Mujeres, that I have participants coming into our program as a domestic violence survivor, going through the process, leaving a relationship, then transitioning into the parent support program, learning about how to parent their kids, then transitioning into the Empresarias del Futuro program, learning about financial literacy skills, then maybe becoming promotoras, or maybe becoming advocates in our communities. I got to see that grow, and I think that this work represents, again, not only the challenges and all the work that needs to be done in our community, but also the resilience that our community has. So I'm hoping that, again, this can be distributed and a lot of people know about the work that and the challenges our community face. So.
Thank you, Erica.
All right, I'll keep mine short and sweet, but in my dream scenario, Activate will be one of the stepping stones that leads to universal health care and housing as a right for all of our communities, right?
And as a final note, I know there's several elected officials here and proud Illinois Legislative Latino Caucus members. Read it. Ask us questions. When you're thinking about Latina issues that are facing our state of Illinois as well as our larger community throughout the country, use Activate as a sample of what could possibly be done. And we hope that we will be able to work in future partnership with UIC Great Cities Institute, because Activate 1.0 will be Activate 10.0 in 10 years.
Thank you all. Let's give everyone, panelists, a round of applause, please. Teresa? Thank you again.
What a great job they did. I have the very, and Roberto, you're pro, I have a very distinct privilege of being able to introduce our next speaker, who's going to provide a few congratulatory comments. Did you ever think when you were a child in Los Pinos in Durango, and then a student here at UIC, in the Cultural Center, and then getting later your master's degree, that you would then become a U.S. Congressman representing this district? So what a proud, proud representation you are for all of us, for your familia, for your community. We are so proud of you. We love you so much, and we are so grateful for all the things that you do on our behalf. So with that, let me introduce U.S. Congressman Jesus Chuy Garcia.
Muy buenos días to everyone. I am delighted to be here, and of course, anytime that Dr. Córdova invites, you got to show up. Even if you can't do what she asks of you, I was going to, I was excited about listening to the keynote address this morning, but I've got to be in D.C. Important things are going on there. Believe it or not, it could be a bad one, but we're trying to get a budget passed, and we got lots of crazies and insurrectionists in the way. So we'll see how it goes this week. I'm on my way to the airport, but I wanted to join all of you this morning and thank, of course, the leadership of Dr. Córdova at Great Cities with the launch of the Latino Research Initiative. It's a wonderful development here at UIC. And of course, as someone who spent a lot of time at UIC, more time than I ever recommend to anyone going to college these days, getting my bachelor's degree, a quarter century, and then a quick 3 to get my master's degree. So I cleaned it up, but we were muy metiches at the same time, I think contributing to the advancement of the community. But of course, it's a momentous occasion to be here with all of you today. We are witnessing the milestone in the advancement of the Latino studies, and not just here at the university, but nationally as well. As Latinos, Latinas represent the largest and growing demographic in the city, county, state, and country. And as Latinos comprise nearly 1 out of 4 our students, this launch is very, very timely. As someone who sees everything that I'm involved in through an organizing lens, it's important to know that as we continue to empower our community, not only through political struggle, but also through dedicated investment in Latino research, scholars, and faculty as we build up our intelligentsia. I'll leave the statistics to the scholars, but we know that we've got more work to do to invest in the development and training of Latino and Latina doctors, researchers, higher education administrators, and yes, trustees and chancellors as well. And that investment starts with the dedicated funding to better understand the Latino experience while investing in those closest to the community to relay the outcomes. I am comforted to be in a room full of individuals, young and like myself, not so young, who see the importance of collaboration in improving these institutions, which in turn have the potential to improve the quality of life for all of us. The invaluable research that's done by the Great Cities Institute is crucial and a key resource not only for policymakers, but for activists, for educators, community leaders, and developers who are working to create programs and policies that will make a positive impact on us. We know that as Latinos, Latinas go, so will our city and our nation. We also know that Latino community is not one-dimensional. There is a need to explore the diversity of the Latino communities. And we can't forget that it also requires us to go a step further and understand the intersectionality across the issues, from immigration to women's reproductive rights and the economy. Latinos differ based on generation, region, etc., to name a few. The more we understand, the better off that we'll fare. We continue to strengthen and make headway on the conversations pertaining to the needs of our community. We bridge the gap and create a perpetual impact for future professionals to undertake this important challenge. I congratulate all of you on the inaugural launch, ya tengo hambre, of the Latino Research Initiative at Great Cities, and I'm excited not only to learn more, but also to serve as a partner in those efforts. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the program. Mil gracias.
Buenos días, everyone. ¿Cómo están todos? Look at this room full of Latinos and supporters. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Laila Suleiman Gonzalez. I think I know almost all of you, and that's great. I want to say a thank you to Teresa Córdova, Dr. Teresa Córdova, for inviting me to be part of this momentous occasion. You know, the fact that in Chicago we can now say we have a Latino Research Initiative house that UIC is momentous. Teresa reached out to me, I think, were you on the train? I think you were on the train to Colorado. She goes, you know, I think it's really important, even though immigration is going to be woven throughout the conversation, that we actually take a few minutes to just talk about immigrant research because of its, you know, unique characteristics. And so it's my pleasure to be moderating today's conversation. Today you're going to be hearing from Rob Peral. Rob Peral has just been a mainstay of immigrant research and Latino research and Asian research here in Illinois and also in Washington, D.C. So again, Rob, we thank you for all your decades of work in generating data that we use for policy, use for advocacy. So thank you. You'll be hearing from Rob. And you'll also be hearing from Eddie Borrayo, who's president and CEO of Rincon Family Services. Yes, yay. You know, he started out his life as a clinician, but now is just dedicated to building capacity, building institutions, you know, building power and progress as we heard earlier. I love that, Dr. Betancur, that whole power and progress, not just reactive. We cannot be on a reactive mode any longer. So it's my pleasure to be introducing them to you today. I did want to highlight that sometimes immigrant research and Latino research, they're spoken in the same breath as though they are unanimous, right? And it's really important. I think all we've heard today is that there's so much complexity to the Latino experience. You know, we know that we share so much, and yet there's so much complexity that we really need to unpack that. We need to, you know, dive deeper, dig deeper. And so it's really important that we have those opportunities, and you're hearing some examples of how we do that today. I looked up some data really quickly, and although we are over 42% of immigrants in Illinois, only 34% of Latinos are foreign-born. Yeah. So I was like, really? That's what the census says anyway. Our experience doesn't seem to correlate with that. But that's why this research is important, because too often, you know, the immigrant experience is just, or the Latino experience is just put into that bucket of the immigrant experience. And then with that, I'm going to go ahead and open it up. Each panelist is going to talk a little bit about the work that they are doing with great cities around immigrant populations, and particularly in the Latino community. And then we'll wrap it up. We're only going to hold you for a few minutes. So with that, Rob,
Okay.
you want to come up?
I think I will.
Yeah.
because I
Awesome.
need to-
Okay.
I got something here.
Okay, great.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Buenos dias.
First of all, I want to thank Great Cities Institute for making this and so much more possible. Teresa and all of your staff, thank you for today and for every other day that you make so much happening on behalf of Latinos and research and our understanding. And I also just want to quickly acknowledge, whenever I come to an event kind of like this, I'm fortunate to have met so many of you over the years, and in all seriousness, I bet you some of you feel this too, not about me, but about what I'm about to say. You see other people like this and your heart warms.
Yeah.
So it's very nice to be here. I'm going to, just in a few minutes, talk about kind of two polar extremes of Latino community / immigration. We've heard a lot today. Many speakers have commented on how do you capture the diversity of experience. And I'll try to focus it a little bit on maybe the most recent story to talk about regarding immigration or migration. And I'm first of all going to start with this picture. These are just some photos taken from a very cool website that you heard about today. Silva talked about it, and others, where you go on this site created by UIC Great Cities, and you look at the lives of Latinos in the western suburbs of Chicago. And there's a lot of information and data there. But I wanted to just share with you, I find it very hard not to look at these pictures and feel good. And I want to just share with you, this is also a story of immigration, isn't it? This is not the end result of immigration, but I can't help but feel that many parents and grandparents wanted exactly an image kind of like this for their descendants that they didn't even know yet, right, when they came to this country. Now, another thing about this legacy of immigration in the western suburbs, raising families, enjoying parks, and walking your kid to school there in Cicero on the left-hand side there. We know what needs to come next, and it's been talked about today. We know that along with Latino population growth in the suburbs, we know there are these good things of more homeowners. We know that the educational levels are so impressive, and so many Latino families have had their children go and get a bachelor's degree and a master's degree and a PhD, and it's happening, and there are good stories there. And then we also know that we don't have yet the Latino presence on the boards and the commissions and the mayor's offices of the suburbs, right? We know this story, right, and which is part of a legacy of immigration and migration. So that's kind of one bookend I wanted to raise with you. A lot of work to be done there and research to go on further. And then I wanted to move on to something else that I'm working on along with Great Cities Institute with funding from the Illinois General Assembly to look at originally legal needs of migrants. And this project was fortunate that it was started when it did, because something's happened over the last 12 months that I want to try and capture for you in another image. This is a family on Broadway, just south of, I think, Addison, asking for food. It's a mom and another woman, 2, 3 women, several toddlers playing on the sidewalk. We're seeing this more and more in Chicago. Did any of us a year earlier think we would see this the way we are now? Did any of us expect to see Latino families on the sidewalk like you do now? Did any of you see, before a year ago, little boys and girls trying to sell you water on Western Avenue at the stop signs? You didn't see that. And we're seeing that now, because now we're capturing something else that's going on, something that's brand new. None of us were prepared for it. To share you the numbers just in a couple minutes, 14,000 people have come from Central and South America in the last year. 2 weeks ago, I was talking to the city, 10 buses a week coming, up to 50 people in a bus, eligible for very little. The great majority Spanish-speaking, the great majority from Venezuela. Wanted to share with you, I was in some shelters yesterday. I was in a brick building near the lakefront. It was built about 110 years ago. It could be a garage in the alley where you live, those Chicago brick buildings that are really old and kind of fallen down. It's where they were storing boats for the lifeguards and just where you kept equipment. And yesterday I was in there, there's 100 people living there, 27 families. 1 minute left. I got 1 minute left. 27 families, 41 children in this boathouse. They were at school. So you can imagine what we need to do to figure this out. I'll just, in my 30 seconds, where do we begin? What has happened in the lives of these people? They have walked. 400,000 people have walked this year through the Darien Gap. And we are now, we're experiencing 15,000 here, probably in another year, another 15,000 arriving. There is so much to figure out and do about their lives, what they need, what they've gone through, but then also what can our public policies and cities and states do for them. If we can find out whether they use the CBP-1 app given to you that you use in Mexico to get an appointment at the border, how many people know about that? They can get work authorization now. And do we know how many people use the CBP-1 app that are here in Chicago? Do we know? No, we don't know at all. Maybe most, maybe none. So we don't even have a handle yet on how many people can get work authorization to begin to make money and everything that comes from that. So, okay, I'll stop now, but I tried to give you 2 bookends of Latino life in metropolitan Chicago. Did I succeed at that?
You got it.
Were any of us prepared? We were looking forward to that first bookend all our lives. For this second one, it's really still to be written. So thank you so much. Good to be with you for just a short time.
Thank you so much, Rob. Again, I'll give you the 1 minute warning.
Well, good morning. My name is Eddie Borrayo, President and CEO of Rincon Family Services. I think I did this again. I broke your mic. Oh, never mind. Well, about 2 months ago, I was up here and I did exactly the same thing, breaking the stand of the mic. Again, Eddie Borrayo, Rincon Family Services. We have been operating for 51 years. I have my board chair, Milton Rodriguez, here with me and some of my staff. It's always an honor to present and talk about something that's very important. It's our Latino community. Throughout this morning, we heard about not only some of the issues that we're seeing as a community, but I think it's time for us to talk, like Oswaldo Alvarez talked about, some of the essence or the strengths that we have. About a year ago, a little bit over a year ago, we had our first bus from Texas coming in, and Rincon, like many others that are here, were activated to respond. And it was a very difficult time because there was really no playbook to address this. But we went back into our core concepts and our what do we do as Latinos? We're very innovative, very, very resourceful, And we responded as a community really to bring in our loved ones and welcome them as much as we can. But we still see so much out there. And what do? Well, of course, with everything that happened, we did see some individuals go from shelters into hotels. Rincon was the first organization to transition individuals into the hotel rooms. And then we were the first organization also to decompress. Very excited to tell you, literally on the anniversary of the first the buses that came in, one of the first families that stepped out of that bus to the year came to our office and said, I have my work permit. So this is a family that went 365 days and said, we're going to go step by step to get the work permit. But this is the one thing that, again, that our community is very resilient. That family said, I want to be an ambassador. I want to be able to learn how to greet and bring in my loved ones to go through this process. So Rincon's, through its New Hope School of Learning, as well as some of the funding that we were able to receive from the Illinois Welcoming Center, we were able to train some of these family members. This family is in the process in the next 2 to 3 weeks to become a staff of Rincon for them to be able to be deployed in one of the shelters. This is what Latinos do. We look at these issues head on and we address them. Working with the GCI, Great Institutes, Great Cities Institute, we were able to develop a innovative way of looking at data. So working with Teresa Córdova and her team, we were able to create a symposium at the end of the fiscal year 2023, and we looked at how do we make the data as dynamic as the Latinos, because we do have a lot of great information. But we have to wait until the next edition, like Chapter 2 or Chapter 3. Now, we'll be able to do in the very near future, go into the computer like we Google, we're able to type in zip codes, and we'll be able to see what is happening with the Latino community in Melrose Park, in Berwyn, Cicero, be able to see what are some of the needs. So when we go and talk to our elected officials, like Representative Norma Hernandez or Representative Edgar Gonzalez, we're able to say, this is what's happening in our communities. Ironically, how the pictures were presented. When I came here to the US back in 1977 as a migrant, when I was 2 years old from Guatemala, crossing Rio Grande, El Desert, all that stuff, we came into Broadview. Then we went into Pilsen. Now, for the past 20 plus years, Berwyn is my home. But we do see what Ron talked about. We need to empower our communities so we could have the voice that's necessary in city council, General Assembly, in Congress, in all seats of power, because the data is showing something. If we invest in the Latino communities, we are investing in Illinois. We're investing in this country. Rincon has a theme that says building spaces, restoring communities. Guess what? Each and every one you're building your space through data, through your advocacy, through your initiatives, so we can restore, so we can empower our Latino community, because we are resourceful, we're impactful, but most importantly, we are transforming our communities for the better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you. And I just want to highlight, I'm going to ask them one final question, but I want to highlight with the Welcoming Center project, what we were able to do was to digitize the information, because there's a lot of reports out there, and that's great. But this is an interactive map that allows anyone that has access to just click on it and get not only the ethnicity and the foreign-born, but also low income and limited English proficiency. So again, it's just trying to put information at the fingertips of those that are at the front lines helping our families. So in the couple minutes, minute and a half that we have left, Rob, let me turn it to you. What's next? What's the immigrant agenda, immigrant research agenda? What are the top things that we need to be looking at?
Well, I just described to you the most extreme and the newest and the biggest agenda item about which we know so little,
Yeah.
right? If I sort of back up and chronologically, we still are a state with 400,000 undocumented folks, the great majority here for 20, 30 years, end up in immigration court, they're not guaranteed representation, it ends very badly, there's that. Among the many stories, where do you begin? I'll just pull out one other thread. A long time ago, we used to say citizenship is so big because citizenship leads to voting and elected officials. And, citizenship rates, and it's been mentioned today, are so much higher now because of the community being here so long. That's a good story. Mm-hmm. So how do you turn that story of immigration and naturalization into registration and elections?
And action.
Yeah.
And inclusion. Great. Thank you, Rob. Eddie.
So a couple of things. One, of course, is the Illinois Welcoming Centers. There's going to be new welcoming centers in different parts of the state. Rincon was chosen to be one of the technical assistant institute to onboard these welcoming centers, but also to work within our welcoming centers to educate our consumers or our clients to be able to be best activists and be able to advocate not only within their communities, but also in schools and in their different areas. So to address many of the issues that we are seeing, such as mental health, substance abuse, domestic violence, these are so many areas that are impacting our communities. And if we empower our communities to be self-advocates, to look at resources, but also to be able to understand how to access those resources, I think we could transform communities as a whole.
Great. Thank you so much, Eddie. Aha. See.
So I just want to say thank you. And nowhere have I seen the narrative about immigrants, about the economic push factor, which is U.S. Foreign policy. And, as researchers,
Yes.
please say it, because folks think that we're just coming because we feel like it. No. U.S. foreign policy has sanctions in Venezuela. U.S. foreign policy supported a coup d'etat in Honduras 2009. So let's put it up front.
That's right.
Please do so.
Thank you. And that aligns with what Alderperson Jessie Fuentes said this morning. This is not just a local issue that we are exploring. We have to, as Latinos, we're transnational. We have to really continue to put the narrative of our global reality and our global experience. Thank you so much. And thank you again to Great Cities. We love that we're always able to say, Teresa, can we partner with you on this? So the other proposal that we just wrote, like, I wish Chuy was still here, is for a National Technical Assistance Center for Behavioral Health for migrants and refugees, specifically addressing the behavioral health, where Rincon has been a leader. So we'll keep our fingers crossed, but we couldn't do it without Great Cities jumping on board and saying, we'll be a partner in this. So if we get that federal grant, I think it would be a tremendous plus for Chicago and for Illinois and for the nation. So thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Rick Estrada. I'm President and CEO of Metropolitan Family Services. I won't spend any time speaking about MFS today, although that's my full-time gig. I'm a former trustee here at the University of Illinois as of just late last year. So it's a pleasure to be here with you today. It feels like a family reunion. I have my Erie House family all over the place, many of my community partners here, Latino Policy Forum, the nonprofit leaders, certainly academia, our elected representatives. Thank you all for being here for this important conversation throughout the day. I have a really easy job, and I'm going to just talk about the Latino Neighborhoods Report, issues and prospects for Chicago that was done for MFS, but really for the whole community in Chicago. If you've not had the opportunity to look at the report that was done in 2017 by a brilliant young student at the time, Jose Miguel Acosta Córdova, who is now all but dissertation. So you can imagine what's going to come out this time. I can promise you this, that the information is going to be refreshed in the report that you're going to hear today, that we're going to make it more interactive. There's going to be links that we're going to partner with all the academic institutions, with the Latino Policy Forum, with the nonprofit institutions, with the General Assembly, certainly with the General Assembly Caucus Foundation. All of you all are going to be partners. But since I'm up here, I'm going to take the opportunity to say this. So we are, when we talk about the migrants that are coming in, and I've heard multiple perspectives, I know one thing, that some of the most creative, risk-taking people in our community are coming over and trekking thousands of miles to be here, and now we need to figure out how to treat them humanely and justly. This is the part that I am confident about. When we look at this in 10 years, put on my crystal ball, it's going to be a boon for the city of Chicago. That all the other cities that rejected these migrants are going to be like, how did you do it, Chicago? How did you become so creative? Where did you get all this talent? And it's because of this moment. So it's our opportunity to make sure that we are welcoming, that we don't fall into the crazy rhetoric that happens not only in our community, but in other communities, and that we support these folks. This report allows us to not fly blind when we're writing our proposals, when we're making our public policy, when we're making statements. And so with that, I just, again, want to thank Jose for this tremendous work. And I, Teresa, whatever it's going to cost, I know to a limit, MFS is in to help you support this, this report and its update. So thank you, Jose Miguel.
Well, good morning, everybody. Buenos dias. Thank you for the introduction. I'm very humbly honored to be up here standing before you today. And I'm excited. I think this is going to be really exciting update to the report. I think when I did this report, I was in my second year. And also, let me also say thank you to GCI, to the staff, and everybody that made this event possible. But when I did the first report, I was in my second year of the master's program here in urban planning and policy. Shout out to the MUP. And I actually didn't even realize the significance of what I was doing. I think I think now understanding just the impact that it's had over these last few years, and just how much has changed in the last 6 years, I think this is a perfect opportunity to update this report, and I'm really excited about that. And also, I was working at the Institute for Research on Race and Public Policy, so shout out to the Earp family in the back. And they provided me this opportunity, of course, working with GCI, Dr. Tim Imyokbadia, who was hiding in the front when you first came in, and then, of course, Matt Wilson, who I wouldn't have been able to get this report done with. So I'm really excited about this. And I know there's going to be a lot of things that come out of this report that I think are going to be really important to just talk about in general. So let me start then by giving you an overview of what we're going to be doing and what we're already doing. So the first report had 12 neighborhoods that we looked at, and the criteria that we created at the time was it had to be a majority Latino neighborhood and had to have over at least 25,000 Latinos. But we changed that now a little bit because we changed it now to 20,000 because some of the neighborhoods that we did last time have changed now. The population loss has been significant, and so we want to make sure that we're incorporating those same neighborhoods. But then now we've also added a few other neighborhoods. So there's 5 on the north side and 10 on the south side, southwest and southeast sides. And they are Albany Park, Belmont Cragen, Humboldt Park, Irving Park, and Logan Square on the north side. And Ashburn, Bryant Park, Chicago Lawn, East Side, Gage Park, Garfield Ridge, Lower West Side, New City, South Lawndale, and West Lawn on the southwest and southeast side. And of course, this is all community area based, right? So we know that the community areas, there's 77 officially in the city of Chicago, but they don't always align with actual neighborhood boundaries. So for example, within the part of where Paseo Boricua is at, in West Town is not one of the neighborhoods, right? But we're going to be addressing some of the gentrification and issues that have been occurring in that neighborhood for many years. And then also on the original report, we didn't get to go into anything on the southeast side. And I know, shout out to my boy Oscar in the back. We got to make sure that we talk about the southeast side as well, because that's one of the oldest communities, Mexican communities in the Chicago area. So I'm excited about that. And then yeah, one of the other things we're going to be highlighting is population changes, of course. You see the largest neighborhood that's here is Belmont Cragen. It is has been the largest Latino neighborhood for several years now. And South Lawndale, which is also a little village, was the largest Latino neighborhood, but also continues to decrease in population. And then we'll be getting to some other numbers on other areas as well. And then one of the other things we're going to highlight in this one that we didn't highlight and not just because I work at El Vejo, but because this is also a major issue in Chicago, is environmental justice issues in Latino communities. We are surrounded, all of our neighborhoods, particularly on the southwest side, are surrounded by industry, and as well as on the southeast side. And we, not only by heavy industry, by all the freight and warehousing and rail yards that are there, but by other heavy industry as well. And of course, what that means for public health, for pollution. So we're going to be really highlighting that in this report. And then just give you some of the numbers again. There's other neighborhoods that are being left out just because of the criteria, but we also want to address or at least highlight what those neighborhoods are. And that's, Archer Heights, Avondale, Clearing, Hegwish, Hermosa, McKinley Park, Montclair, and West Elgin. And then the other thing we're going to be highlighting that is a little bit different, is just how much the Latino population is growing in other parts of the city as well that aren't majority Latino. So, you look at that long list on the left, it's kind of small, but what it is, it shows the white or Asian majority neighborhoods where there is a significant Latino population. And there's a number of them on there. I mean, you look at Portage Park at almost 43%, Jefferson Park, 25%, Edgewater, 16%, Dunning, 34%. Bridgeport has been there for a while, so that's not as new. But some of the older ones on the far northwest side, like Norwood Park and North Park, this is a growing Latino population, and it's of course related to cost of living and gentrification is happening. So we're going to be addressing that as well. And then also that there's a number of black communities where the Latino population is growing. Particularly look at Austin, North Lawndale, West Inglewood, and you see the numbers are just like, it's 18% in Austin, 13% in North Lawndale, just under 13% in West Inglewood. And those aren't necessarily super high numbers, but when you think about the history of redlining, think about the history of segregation in this city, to see a percentage that high in a neighborhood that was once 95 to 100% black is really, really indicates that there's a lot of changes happening in those areas. And those are also neighborhoods that border areas that are experiencing gentrification or other Latino communities as well. So that's going to be another thing that we highlight. And then again, just to give you an overview of what some of the key discussion points. Of course, we've been talking a lot about this and for many, many years, right? Gentrification, displacement, and overall population loss. You look at Logan Square and Westtown, they both, just since I did this report in 2017, both of those communities have lost 10,000 people. So that's very, very significant. Pilsen continues to lose population as well. Little Village, right, has actually lost 20,000 people since 2000. And that's not necessarily immediately tied to gentrification. I think you're starting to see some of the early signs of it in Little Village, but that's actually tied to, I think, the 90s was just, that was the decade where we had the most Mexican migration in the city's history. And Little Village was kind of at its limit in terms of housing units. So people kind of spread throughout to other parts of the other city, but in general, we've had population loss and gentrification happening in those communities as well. Albany Park, Irving Park, Avondale, Hermosa. Those are all communities that have lost significant population just in the 6 years since I did this report. And then, of course, the population growth in white and black neighborhoods, as well as we talked about many times this morning, just the growth in the suburbs is something that we have to continue to be thinking about. And the other thing I want to highlight more in this report than we did is the population density in Latino communities. If you look at Little Village, it's kind of small, so you can't really see the numbers. But if you actually look at Little Village compared to Lincoln Park, right, they actually have very similar populations. Little Village is slightly bigger at just over 71,000, and Lincoln Park at 70,000. But Little Village has 20,000, just over 20,000 households, and Lincoln Park has over 35,570 households. So, you look at average household size, right? We Latinos have an average household size of 3.3 in Little Village, and that's actually pretty similar across the board, right? And Lincoln Park is 1.9. So I think the reason why we want to highlight this because from an urban planning perspective, right, and I see this all the time, working with planners and having done my degree in planning, we always approach the north side like it's the densest part of the city, and it does have the most housing units, but many of those housing units are 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom maximum, so you end up having much smaller households. You go to a place like Little Village where nearly 80% of the housing is 2 to 4 bedroom units, right? And there's, at least 3, 4, 5 people per unit, right? It's actually much denser than we actually give it credit. And Little Village and in many other Southwest Side neighborhoods, because of the industry that's there, and we also look at community area data to get a lot of our numbers. We look at population density and we're like, oh, that's actually not that dense. But when you take out those census tracts where industry is at and where people actually don't live, right? Then Little Village, for example, has a similar population density to New York City. So these are things that we want to continue to highlight. Of course, I mentioned environmental justice. That's a major concern, the impacts it has on community health. We've been talking a lot about healthcare access and different things like that, but we also have to think about what's even causing some of those issues to begin with, because a lot of times in our communities, they blame it on our lifestyle, they blame it on our food, they blame it on this and that, but it's actually what kind of air we're breathing that leads to different things like diabetes and heart disease and obesity and all these different things, in addition to all the respiratory issues that come with it. So environmental justice is a major issue for our communities. And then the wages and household income is another one that I also want to highlight more, because on my master's thesis, I did a whole thing on Latino labor and kind of looking at wages versus household income, right? And actually, when you look at the wages for Latinos, we actually earn lower wages than anybody else in the city on average, and that goes pretty much in every single industry. Right, so we often look at household income, but not accounting for the fact that, many times in a Latino household, you have at least 3, 4, or 5 people working, but those jobs that they're working, they're getting lower wages than their counterparts. So I think that's another issue, because we often just look at household income and we don't consider wages enough. And then the last thing is of course what we're talking about now for the last little bit is how our neighborhood's gonna incorporate the new arrivals. I for one would like to see some great arepas or something like that coming from the Venezuelan population, but so I think how these new migrants get incorporated into our communities is also going to be really, really important going forward. So with that, I'll go ahead and stop, and I look forward to sharing the report with you all when it's done. So thank you. And we actually don't have an exact date yet, but sometime within the next couple months, hopefully we should be done. So try to get done as soon as possible. Thank you.
All right. So again, acknowledging the partnerships that are going to go into both this update, as well as the one that I mentioned when I first started that we're going to be doing with the Institute for Research on Race and Public Policy as part of their State of Race in Chicago series. But now we move to the next part of our program. You notice that these slides have been really moving right along here. Matt, I want to thank you, man. You rock. Jack, you guys are really smooth. Really appreciate your help here. So this next panel is a repeat of something we did at the National Unidos conference, and there we had an hour. This one we're going to condense into much less time than that. But I'm really excited about these 3 young people. Again, the bios are on the table. We're not taking the time to read the bios, but you can see, and one of the all 3 of them have been involved in all the different reports that we've talked about today. Norma, for example, was very much an integral part of the Activité, as well as the Western Suburbs. And Alex with the Western Suburbs report, also working with the Caucus, the Latino Legislative Caucus Foundation. And Jose Miguel, you've heard him mention some of his reports. But the other thing that I want to point out about all 3 of them is they're all born in Chicago or in its surrounding suburbs. So Jose Miguel's family is Taylor Street Mexicanos. They've been here for all the Taylor Street folks. Linda, where are you? I know your familia is Taylor Street. And here's the really cool thing that I like to embarrass him with, which is that and it's not really an embarrassment, it's actually a source of pride. I'm saying something personal here, but his grandmother was a factory worker when in the ladies' undergarments in the building where he got his BA and his master's degree. So I think that's really it's part of our presence, right, in Latinos. Alex hails from Little Village and born and raised, still lives there with his family. And Norma is from Melrose Park. And I came across recently a little sticker from a piano that my parents bought me when I was 13 that I still have. And I saved because I saved so much. I'm an archivist, but I think I am anyway. But I have the price tags thing, and it was actually made in Melrose Park. So I was like, so the whole sort of history of manufacturing and so on. The other thing is, I also just noticed in the House we have another elected official. I want to recognize Representative Teresa, my tocaya. Thank you. You know, we have such an important alliance, right? You know, with as Latinos, with our other, with African Americans, with Asians, and Representative, you're just always so present, and we just always appreciate the alliances and the partnerships and the presence that we have with you. So thank you also for being here. Okay, with that, I'm going to have each of you. I've got a couple of questions that they prepared for me to ask, but I'm going to ask each of you to say a little bit. Are we starting with you on settlement patterns? What did you guys decide? Yeah. Okay, so they're going to talk about sort of, here, the title of this session is the relationship between settlement patterns and employment. You know, and some of that early history was done by Luis Año Nuevo Kerr when she did her doctoral dissertation many, many years ago, looking at that relationship. And so it's something that we think is really important to carry on. That relationship, right? And that's what we're going to talk about. And you'll get a chance to hear also in a little while from Professor Lilia Fernandez, who wrote Brown in the Windy City. And she also talks about some of the Latino identity that came out of some of those relationships. But all right, go for it.
Well, yeah, hello again. But yeah, no, I think kind of even going off some of the things that I was mentioning a few minutes ago. But labor is a key part of our history, right? And that's the reason why our families even came here in the first place, right? When you think about the early populations, the early migrations to the near West Side, to South Chicago, to back of the yards, it was all about labor, right? And even to this day, we play a crucial and a fundamental role in the labor force, not only in the city but also throughout the entire region. When you look at post 1980 in particular, right, is really when things really shifted for our region, right? This of course was happening across the globe, right? We're experiencing the rise of neoliberalism, global economic restructuring, the decline of manufacturing, the rise of the service sector, and Latinos played a really crucial role in that transition for the city of Chicago. And in fact, with my thesis, like I mentioned, right, I make the argument in the case that if it had not been for the large presence of Latinos and in particular recent arrivals, immigrants, then Chicago would not have been as successful as it was in transitioning away from being a heavy industrial city. And that, of course, that doesn't mean that it was all great, right? I mean, we know there was a lot of communities that experienced significant job loss. There was a lot of bad, negative impacts of that happened. But you look at a place like Detroit or a place like Cleveland or many other Rust Belt cities, right? Chicago was able to withstand that transition a lot better, and it's because they had such a large access to low-wage labor. So when you think about what has really changed since then, right now we've become a city that's heavily reliant on the service sector, but at the same time we still have a large manufacturing base, which Latinos play a crucial role in. And in fact, the two largest industries and occupations that we are in is manufacturing and the service sector. So that's about 50% of our total labor force is still in those things. So again, when you look at the significance of labor to our history, to our migration patterns, it's really fundamental. And then the other thing is also then where those industries or where those jobs were at often correlate with where we settled, right? I mentioned those first three early areas, but think about the map that I posted earlier, right? All those industrial areas. Right, the fact that we're surrounded by industry is not by accident, right? We went to those areas because the jobs were there, but also because the real estate industry played a role in facilitating our movement into those neighborhoods, right? We talk a lot about the first white flight, the first occurrence of white flight, but we don't talk as much about the second one, and that's the one that happened, started with 1980s when the entire Southwest side and parts of the Northwest side went from being 90% white to 90% Latino in a 10-year stretch. And I think we don't talk enough about that, right? And again, those are where industrial areas were at, and that's the reason why we went there. And then the other thing too is that then the same thing has also happened in the suburbs, right? You look at areas particularly along the I-55 corridor, along the 294 corridor, areas where there's a lot of Latinos in the suburbs now are also areas where there's a lot of industry. And I'm thinking especially about, warehousing, freight, things like that, right, which is a huge part of our Chicago economy. And there's a lot of our communities that are employed in those sectors. So again, we think about the early settlement patterns and the more recent settlement patterns. A big part of it is where are the jobs, and what does our access to those jobs look like?
Hi, everyone.
Did we mention she was a state representative? Yeah, Norma!
Thank you. Of course, I always say this, but I wouldn't do what I'm doing if it wasn't for the mentorship of Teresa Córdova. So starting my career at Great Cities Institute, I actually was also in grad school with Jose. And while he was doing his report on the Chicago neighborhoods, I was also like, why can't we should, thinking about the suburbs report, right? Like, we should be able to have the same information in the suburbs because that's where I come from. And I got to see kind of that shift, right? From going into elementary school, public school system, from being the first Latina in kindergarten for where I grew up, to then graduating 8th grade and being only Latino in your class, right? So you get to kind of see and understand these changes as you're growing up, and then now studying the work that I did my master's in urban planning and policy. I really got focused on research, and I remember when Teresa had this idea of the Latino Research Initiative, and being in these conversations and like, what does this mean? What kind of projects can we get from this? The funding. So it's really amazing to be here now in the role that I am, and to see the launching of this initiative, because this was several years in the making, and I got to really see behind the scenes and be a part of so many of these reports that are now being published and are now being utilized in many different ways from all kinds of sectors and nonprofit to policy. But kind of going back with what Jose was saying about settlement, and especially with labor in our communities, coming from the suburbs in Melrose Park, that's what all you see is industry there, manufacturing warehouses, not just through there, right? But also when you think about how he said what's near the highway, we have O'Hare Airport. Right? There's a lot of industry, specifically in the district that I represent, because I have the airport in my district. So when you think about communities like Bensonville, Franklin Park, all of those areas, Schiller Park, all of that is industry that our families have been working there for decades. And at one point, Melrose Park was considered the corporate king of these industries, where you had Zenith, you had Jewel Osco, food packaging, you had Ford Motor Corporation. All of this was in the 90s. And this is when that change started happening, when the growth started growing from Melrose Park being a majority Italian neighborhood to now majority Latino Mexican neighborhood. And along with that, we see an increase of Puerto Ricans in these areas where it was once predominantly Mexican. So a lot of this has to do with a combination of the labor, but also gentrification. And I think that it's important that we start to pay attention with what kind of support and services are really happening in the suburbs, because what's not the same with Chicago is that our political landscape hasn't changed. We still have that same white representation in the suburbs, when the Latino growth has obviously completely taken over some of these areas, but the political landscape hasn't changed at all. And also the organizational infrastructure and providing resources and support hasn't changed either, right? So it's important that we understand what this data means and how we can think long-term and strategically about building capacity to a lot of the nonprofits that exist, but also creating new nonprofits in these areas that are experiencing really high needs, and also thinking about the future with what's happening with the migrant crisis. I know a lot of it is happening a lot in Chicago, and we need that support, but some of these folks are gonna start moving to the suburbs as well, where we don't have, again, the same infrastructure to provide those resources and support, along with the political support that's also needed for these areas. So some of the things that I just wanted to highlight as we start thinking about labor and all of these other issues, that we have very important needs, and we have to also include the suburbs in this conversation because our people are also there.
Before we go on to Alex, I also want to just highlight that for a representative's master's project, she interviewed her mother and her mother's 7 sisters, and all of whom work in manufacturing. And so one of these days we're gonna publish that, right? It's a beautiful set of interviews that she did, talking about their experience, what it meant for them to be working, and what some of the conditions were they faced, and so on. So it was a really, really beautiful experience, I think, to interview your mom and her sisters. Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead, Alex. Oh, I'm sorry. There's seats. There's some more empty seats. I know there are a lot of you standing back there. There's 4 seats up here. There's 1 over here. And then there's some chairs over here that people can grab too. So help yourselves if you get tired of standing. I know you want to stay close to the food, but. All right, go ahead, Alex. Sorry. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I hope that everyone's been enjoying themselves so far. But what I'm going to say is kind of echoes a lot of the things that have already been said by Jose and Representative Hernandez. Just because we had been working on a couple of reports related to changes in population and Latinos in the suburbs, particularly the Latinos in the western suburbs microsite that we have been developing that is currently available on the websites for the great cities on the homepage. And as well as a collaborative report that we had conducted with Metropolitan Planning Council and Latino Policy Forum about the opportunities and challenges of Latinos in relationship to movement into the suburbs. Now, one of the things that kind of sparked my interest to start off with the microsite website was that there's actually more Latinos living in the suburbs than there are in the cities, right? Which was very surprising, but then not when you actually stop to think about it. And it's not just related to Cicero Berwyn, right? That's something that has been spreading out, that, and as obviously Melrose Park is another example, but it's not just that there's been population growth overall, but that is spreading, and that there's large population increases in those western suburbs in places like LaGrange Park, Forest View, et cetera. And a lot of that information you would be able to peek through in that one pager that I believe is in everyone's table. In terms of how it relates to challenges and opportunities, we were again conducting this collaborative report for the whole metropolitan Chicago. And we were using what we call the hardship index that was in large part helped develop with my colleague Matt Wilson here, who developed a hardship index that looks at hardship based on different variables, including per capita income, poverty, unemployment, overcrowded housing, and dependency, which is really those that are age 18 and younger, and those that are over age 65. Now, what I found interesting, because in terms of the population movement that occurred from 2010 to 2020, most of the Latinos that live in the suburbs live in those areas that could be considered very high hardship and high hardship, right? But when we look at the hardship, which were the factors that really were contributing to the hardship, right? Unemployment. The difference is marginal. When you compare total population to Latinos, maybe slightly higher for Latinos, but kind of marginal in terms of comparison, at least for the whole area as a whole. What really stood out was educational attainment, right? Those that did not complete high school degrees. So Latinos' high school completion rates in comparison to the total population. 2, per capita income. And the large gaps that exist between per capita income among Latinos in the suburbs to those that are to the total population. And 3, the median income overall, right? Latinos compared to the total population. What that says to me, where poverty was somewhat marginal in terms of comparison, and unemployment was somewhat marginal comparison. To me, this kind of points to the idea of working class Latinos, right, that experience hardship, but in hardship in a particular way where the wage structure and the wages are not necessarily there. When we look then at some of the places of people where they actually, what type of services they work in, a lot of it was alluded to a little bit by Jose, was that a large part still works within the manufacturing and the service sector, right? And if manufacturing was the pool in the 80s that was driving a lot of population growth in the 80s, now I think that's just as important, if maybe not more important, is what we're doing in the service sector overall. And especially because it's the types of jobs where people are working, maybe multiple people in one house are working, right? But they're working to make ends meet, not necessarily working to have larger sets of advantages, right? So those are just some of the things I wanted to share with before just, and also just making sure that if anyone wanted to go to the Great Cities website to look at some of those collaborative reports that we have done as well.
good, good. And in fact, here's that activité that we talked about earlier. One of the things, this is one that we did, that Alex worked on, Norma worked on, the representative worked on this one, and Alex was one of the main authors of this one, Who Lives in Pilsen, The Trajectory of Gentrification Over the Last 10 Years. So if you give us a chance to catch our breath, we will send to all of you the links to the various reports, but you can also go to the website and find them. Representative, what are some of the current trends that you see right now with Latino employment,
Yeah, I think,
particularly in the last 10 years?
I think especially after reading the research that Teresa and Jose have done about labor exploitation in Latino communities in the Chicago economy, I think that now as a legislator, I've spent a lot of my time actually advocating for workers in my district because of the same issues that we continue to experience, which is working conditions are unsafe, and also wages, right? They're still stagnant. So I think that those are the trends that we continue to see that are not changing in a lot of these industries, both in the service and the manufacturing industries. We are still continue to be the lowest paid workers in all levels of sectors, not just manufacturing, but it's even worse in the manufacturing sector. And I remember reading your research and his follow-up research that showed that we're actually making less money now. If you put inflation with everything, right, we're actually making less money now in these industries, especially in the agriculture industry, which I know is more in like the West Coast. But we're making less money than before. So this wage issue is still a trend that we continue to see with labor exploitation, along with unsafe working conditions, right? They're not having the same equipment, training. They're still experiencing unhealthy risks. So I think those are the trends that I continue to see that are probably going to be like that for a while.
And let me, before I forget, I guess I already did forget, but let me use this opportunity to also acknowledge Alejandra, who's here from Illinois Unidos, because the focus you all have on worker rights and worker issues. And during the pandemic, the Illinois Unidos folks, mostly in the health world, came together really and focused on addressing and advocating for Latinos and as it relates to health impacts. But one of the things we really called attention to is the fact that we were the essential workers, and that's part of why we were getting so sick. It had a lot to do with the conditions in the workplace where they weren't really being addressed. So Illinois Unidos has really continued to take up that banner and has pushed for some legislation and so on around worker rights. And then the other group that we interface with on occasion too is the Warehouse Workers for Justice too. And I know a couple of them registered. I don't know if they're in the House yet, but this whole issue around worker rights and worker justice is also something very important. Jose, what do you see as some of the trends?
Yeah, I think, definitely echoing what a lot of Representative Hernandez said. And I think in general, one of the other big things is just the growth of the freight industry, warehousing, right? There's a huge population of Latinos employed in warehousing. So of course, shout out to WWJ, the work that they're doing out in Joliet and across the region. But that's a major one that we continue to see growing, right, as our city continue and many other suburbs continue to embrace warehousing development. So there's a lot more workers in that industry now as well. But I think going back to the other part, right, where we talked about just the low wages and labor segmentation. That's still something that we've seen. We've seen that since the beginning of our presence in this city for the last 100 years, and now we're continuing to see it. So I think that's really a key one, is that we're segmented into certain industries, and even when we are in those other industries, like in the fire industry, right, the finance, insurance, real estate, or in other kind of more business types of industries, we're still earning lower wages than our counterparts. So I think that really is the key thing that we have to be talking about, because it's not just about household income; it's about what kind of wages are we getting. So that's another key one. But we are seeing more and more people going to school, getting their degrees, getting employed in different industries, higher paying industries, but again, still earning lower wages than their counterparts. So that's something we have to continue to address. To think about policies, whether it's at the state level, local level, that will try to get more wage equity. And especially also for women, right? We talking about Latinos as a whole, but for Latinas, for women, it's even worse in terms of the wage gap. So I think that's really the key thing. But we are seeing some progress, right? We know there's a lot more students here at UIC, right? UIC is a HSI, right? They are graduating much more Latinos than before. And actually, the other thing I forgot to mention when I was saying this about the report is that there are neighborhoods on the north side, like Lakeview and near North Side, where we are seeing an increase in the Latino population. So I'm very curious to know, what is that, a different, business class kind of population that's moving in, because I don't think it's the same population that's moving into to different parts of the city. So yeah, I think there's a lot that we can still explore on this, but I think that's another thing that we're seeing is a growth of a business Latino class, and I think we have to continue analyzing it more to see what the details of it are.
And in some of the other work that you've done, and including the neighborhoods report, you emphasize the important role of educational attainment, which I think is something you alluded to, Alex. In our final couple of minutes here, as you guys wrap up, and Alex, I'm going to go to you first. What do you recommend should be done to address some of these Latino employment trends?
Right. So in a past life, I was actually a paralegal, believe it or not, for a nonprofit called Working Hands Legal Clinic, that since then had changed their name to Raise the Floor Alliance. And we would work with a lot of worker centers in Chicago during that time period. So we do like a lot of know your rights workshops, that kind of thing. But because it was all very much centric to Chicago, right? Even among, let's say, organizers and labor organizers, they noticed a trend that, oh, right, things seem to be improving over here in Chicago. But what about out in the burbs, right? Going back to this idea of the large amount of growth of Latinos in the western suburbs and the suburbs overall, and some of the things that Jose Miguel was alluding to in terms of the importance of freight, right? Where a lot of, I would see that some of the things to do is that expansion of the nonprofits and all those service sector agencies, right, into the suburbs, because that's really where you could say there's more movement occurring, and that, let's say, there's more potential for exploitation. So just like an example, in one of those situations, we were working with a group out in Waukegan, so we had to go every single weekend to Waukegan, right? Because that was, at the time, didn't have like a worker center in Waukegan, right? Waukegan now is roughly 88%. No, that's not. That's too high. My apologies. It's 57% roughly majority Latino, right? Waukegan, but it didn't have, at least in that time period, a worker center specific to Waukegan. And that's where a lot of people were coming in and discussing their issues with staffing agencies in terms of wage payments and not getting paid overtime. So that's an example of things just moving into the suburbs.
Awesome, thank you. Representative?
Yeah, I think for me, in terms of policy, being able to see the passing of the Temp Worker Fairness and Safety Act was really huge, because for a lot of the time, the most exploited folks are either the folks that are undocumented or the non-English speakers that are residents with lower educational attainment working in a lot of these warehouse industries, where they are scared to speak up or don't have the proper language to know how to advocate for themselves and for others. So the passing of this legislation allows more protection for folks, for people that are working in temp agencies, because these predatory temp agencies are stationing themselves in Latino concentrated areas. And for example, Melrose Park, down Lake Street, you see a bunch of those temp agencies in my district just on that one street alone, because they know that the concentration of Latinos is really high there. So they target these communities because they know that they are able to basically take advantage of their labor. So the passing of this legislation allows to kind of mitigate some of that. And I think one of the other legislations that I'm looking forward to in the next cycle of session, because it was not able to get passed in this cycle, was the Work Without Fear Act, which provides the Attorney General's office to have the power to investigate and find employers that threaten to check someone's citizenship status for employment because of their documentation. So it's like things like that that are really important, that we pass laws that are protecting people to have the opportunity to organize or to advocate on their behalf without the fear of retaliation. So I think those are some of the couple of things that we just have to really focus on policy and making sure that we're holding some of these companies and folks accountable.
Awesome, thank you.
I think not really much else I can add to what's been said. I think in general, also the issue of educational attainment is something we also have to continue to think about, right? We know that It's that on average, Latinos have the lowest educational attainment rates in the city and as well as in the suburbs. So that's something we have to continue to address, thinking about what that means for our employment opportunities down the road. And I know that when I was here, one of the conversations that we would also often have with the CCSL, Chancellor Status for Committee of Latinos, right, was that there was a growing Latino population on campus, but the majority of them were coming from the suburbs, right? A lot of them weren't coming directly from CPS. So that's still something we have to be thinking about, is how do we get our next generation and the opportunities to actually get into these other sectors. Right, less than I think it was. I was trying to remember the numbers that I from my thesis, but I think it was like less than 6% of our total labor force right now is in the fire industry, right, which is the highest paying industry. So I think thinking about how we can get more and more of our next generation into those employment opportunities, and then also thinking about the wage equity issue, because even if they get there and they're still not getting paid what they deserve or what their white counterparts are getting, then that's still an issue. So yeah, I think that's really the biggest thing is investing in our education, making sure this next generation has opportunities to go to school and to get these kinds of degrees, and of course continuing to invest in our the trades, right? We've gone away from that as well, not only here but as a society, right? But we know there's a lot of good paying jobs in different trades that could provide people a great opportunity at building wealth. But a lot of those jobs have left. A lot of those trade schools have left. So that's still another thing we have to continue doing is how do we invest in that, and really with this new emerging economy, right, with the Climate Equitable Jobs Act, CEJA, the opportunities that are going to be coming in these new emerging industries in green manufacturing and renewable energy, and just different things, right? There's going to be so many opportunities, for employment. One of the big things, of course, I work in environmental justice, and we are pushing heavy duty electrification. Very, very, as hard as we can, right? And you think about the who's actually going to build these electric vehicles, who's going to build these electric semi trucks, right? This is a job that averages $90,000 a year, right? So how do we make sure that our communities, black and brown, across the city, across the region, are first in line to get these jobs, especially when we've been the ones who've been exposed to the most pollution for the last, several decades. So I think there's a lot of things we can be doing, think about this new emerging economy as well. And we just have to make sure our people are in line, have the opportunities to get in there, get our degrees, get whatever kind of certifications we need, and get our wages and build our wealth.
Fantastic. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. Wow. So many of you are here. I see Jose Lopez in the house. All right, Jose, along with some of your students. All right, from Humboldt Park, Puerto Rican Cultural Center. And he's also teaches in the Latino Latin America Studies program. So many of you who've just come in, there are some empty seats. If we can raise hands from tables where there's an empty seat, there's still 3 seats up here. Five, sir. All right, so people are flowing in and out, but there's seats for you to come in and relax, because we are about to hear the keynote speech from our esteemed senior fellow at Great Cities. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here. I have the great honor to introduce Juan Gonzalez. Yes. The keynote speaker for the launch of the Great Cities Institute Latino Research Initiative. I'm proud to say that Juan is a senior fellow at Great Cities. He is also, as you know, co-host of Democracy Now!, a very important and long-running source of national and international news, and we encourage you to watch or listen to Democracy Now! He is also the author of the highly valued Harvest of Empire, A History of Latinos in America. This is a book that is used in classrooms all across the country. A film exists that is based on the research from that book, a very, very important book. You can read about the many awards, accomplishments, and accolades of Juan Gonzalez. He does us proud. But what I really want to say about him is that he is a magnificent human being. He is kind. He's genuinely concerned about the human condition, and he ponders the great issues of the day. When I told him that my comadre in LA, who has listened to him for decades, about what a fine man he is, she said, "It is so great to hear that one of the people that you have admired for so long is as great as you hope he would be." We are fortunate to have him here with us today to speak about Latinos in Chicagoland from a national and an international context. Please join me in welcoming Juan Gonzalez.
Good morning to everyone. It's been an amazing morning of hearing all of this activity, activism, service to the community, and scholarship. My thanks to Teresa Córdova for asking me to share some words today and for inviting me to become part of the Great Cities Institute project, and especially of the Latino Research Institute. Initiative, excuse me, not an institute yet. It's my pleasure to join you here this morning to hear directly from the dedicated community and political leaders who have been sharing their day-to-day experiences of working towards social justice and equity, and from the talented scholars, and we're going to hear from a few others after lunch, from UIC and other schools. We've heard from John Betancur. We're going to hear from Rao Cintrón, Xochitl, and many other brilliant scholars who have been doing this work for years. All of you are here because you understand that knowledge is power. The importance for service providers and researchers to have access to the latest information, data, and analysis. All critical tools when it comes to influencing public policy and to prodding government leaders to better serve all the people. As a recent arrival in Chicago, one who's still learning to get around the city, to delve into its rich and turbulent history, I'd be foolish to try to offer you, the real experts, any advice on the problems you face right here. The many speakers we've heard from this morning have a far better grasp of that than I do. I'm no stranger, however, to the long-running struggle of the Latin American diaspora within the United States. I was originally born in Puerto Rico in 1947. Came here as a baby. I've lived in this country now for 75 years, with nearly 60 of those years spent first as an activist and then as a journalist and historian of the Latino experience, and have spent time and studied literally scores of Latinx communities throughout this country, the Caribbean, and Latin America. Participated in numerous efforts by workers and people of all races seeking a better life for themselves and their children. As a journalist, I've witnessed up close, chronicled and dissected how urban leaders actually fashion laws and policies, the sausage factory we call government. So what I can offer in my brief remarks today, and I guarantee you they won't last as long as it says in the program, is something that rarely gets discussed in these urban affairs conferences. The broader context, the big picture, some of the history of our problems, to reaffirm why your work is so crucial, to inspire you despite how discouraging the world can seem at times, to point out broader data and research that others have largely ignored or consider inconvenient, but which might prove extremely useful to your work. My aim is to situate efforts at Latino research, not just at UIC, but all over the country, at a time of such terrible social, racial, and class upheaval and division, when basic facts and accurate information are increasingly trampled and tossed aside by those who prefer to revel and traffic in ignorance and xenophobia, in ethnic and racial intolerance that continues to engulf a distressing portion of our fellow citizens, even to the point of driving increasing numbers of young white men to acts of horrific mass racial violence. I am particularly reminded of such ignorance by the news reporting of the latest migrant crisis along the US-Mexico border and in Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, and many northern cities. As local leaders have confronted the past year and a half, thousands of asylum seekers suddenly appearing in their downtowns in need of shelter, and with governors in places like Texas and Florida using those desperate migrants as fodder for their political aspirations. The media invariably cover or highlight residents of those cities who are angry and frustrated at how scarce city resources are getting diverted to the newcomers instead of the needs of the longtime residents, thus stoking greater division between us and them. New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg predicted in an op-ed column in yesterday's New York Times that Democrats and progressives will suffer dearly next November at the polls if they don't address this crisis, and quickly. But nowhere in the media do we find any attempt to lay bare the origins of the current and past migrant crises. Why, for example, as someone from the audience said a little while ago, have we suddenly seen this unprecedented surge the past year or two of migrants and asylum seekers crossing the Darien Gap from Venezuela? What of our own government's role in this? How many of us know that our federal leaders have been waging an all-out economic war against Venezuela's government for nearly 2 decades, with massive sanctions imposed upon anyone trading or investing in that country? Or that the Trump administration in 2019 froze the assets of Citgo Petroleum, a major U.S. oil company that is owned by Venezuela, thus stripping the Venezuelan government of access to more than $24 billion annually that Citgo gas stations generate in revenue in this country. Remember several years ago when the public outcry was focused on Hondurans and Guatemalans appearing at the border and President Trump's family separation policy? Virtually no one talked back then of the repeated earthquakes, hurricanes, and drought in Central America's dry corridor, calamities that were sparking a massive flight of our first climate crisis foreign refugees to the United States, along with the tens of thousands of Puerto Ricans who fled here in 2017 after Hurricane Maria. Paradoxically, no one is raising an outcry about the immense influx of Ukrainians into our country, or about the obscene amounts of money our federal government keeps unleashing for weapons, much of which Ukraine sends right back to our own arms industry to fuel yet another calamitous and completely avoidable war with Russia, a war that recklessly risks nuclear annihilation of life as we know it. What do any of these international issues have to do, you might ask, with building more affordable housing right here in Chicago, or providing health care for those most in need, or turning our youth away from drugs and violence, or assuring good jobs with living wages, all of which are crucial to the progress not just of Latinos, but to all working people of this region. How about everything? A quarter century ago, I discussed these matters extensively and the links between them in my book, Harvest of Empire, which to my astonishment is still being used as a text in colleges across the country. The main theme of the book is that mushrooming migration from Latin America, Asia, and Africa to the rich nations of the world can only be understood and ultimately will only be resolved by a reckoning with the legacy of the colonial empires, the United States, and other Western nations created in those regions during the previous 2 centuries. Quite simply, the modern immigration crisis is a direct result, an unintended result, admittedly, but one nonetheless, of the political upheavals and wealth inequalities those empires produced and sustain to this day. Most importantly, the migration crisis is not unique to this country. We've all seen the heartbreaking images of people crossing the Mediterranean in boats to get to Italy, Greece, and the Balkan states, with thousands perishing at sea in their attempts, but tens of thousands reaching Europe and straining the resources of those countries to handle them. And where do those refugees come from? From Syria, Libya, Iraq, Afghanistan, Somalia, Yemen, countries where during the past 2 decades, our own government's military interventions, occupations, and targeted bombings and assassinations have unfortunately and tragically led to greater violence and instability in those countries than previously existed. In reality, the United States and the wealthy countries of Western Europe are not even shouldering a fair share of the worldwide crisis of refugees and forced migration. According to the United Nations, Turkey is housing the most refugees in the world, 4 million. Jordan, 3 million. Uganda and Pakistan, nearly 1.5 million each. Lebanon, a tiny country of just 6 million people, today has 1.2 million refugees, 22% of its population. These sudden surges of people fleeing one country for another did not arise from thin air or from individual decisions made by those fleeing to simply seek a better life in another country. Rather, they are manifestations of profound flaws in the economic and political systems of our modern world, flaws that are getting worse every day. Much of it, I would submit to you, is the unintended harvest of past colonial empires, of competition between those empires for markets and resources, of a new form of economic and political domination commonly referred to as globalization. Ever since the end of World War II, the peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, a region some once called the Third World and which today is often referred to as the Global South, have been coming to the West. England is somewhat how baffled about all the Pakistanis, Indians, and Jamaicans at its door. France doesn't know what to do about all the Algerians, Tunisians, and Moroccans. Germany about all the Turks and the Syrians. The Netherlands about all the Indonesians. And here, the United States, our leaders have grappled for decades for what to do about all the Latin Americans and Caribbean peoples and increasingly Africans and Asians that have migrated here. The key thing to understand is that the migrations have come from the very regions those Western countries once colonized or dominated. The migrations have been going on for several decades and are now reaching what scientists refer to as critical mass, where they have begun to transform the actual composition of the receiving nations. In this country, Latino migration is a direct product of the American empire. We'll never understand why so many Latinos have arrived here and keep coming here until we grasp how this nation's business elite and military have pillaged the resources of Latin America, invaded the region's countries, and toppled its leaders at will for 2 centuries, and consistently used its people as cheap and dispensable labor. It was 200 years ago this December that President James Monroe issued his infamous Monroe Doctrine, that effectively turned Latin America into a U.S. protectorate and spawned the region for the birth of all the great multinational American companies. Now let's be clear, when we talk about a Latino research initiative, we're focusing on a huge, and I think people have said, several people have mentioned, extremely complex and rapidly evolving subset of the general US population. There were some 62 million people of Latin American descent in this country in 2020, 18.7% of the population. It's actually 65.2 million if you add in the 3.2 million people of Puerto Rico who live on that island and are legally US citizens, which the federal government never does when counting US Hispanics. And if you add another 3 million Latinos that the Census Bureau acknowledged last year that it failed to properly count in 2020, the total surpasses 68 million. 68 million. That is an astounding number when you consider that a little more than 50 years ago, when I was just a young man fresh out of college, the Latino population was just 9 million, represented a mere 4.5% of the population. We are living, in other words, through an historic transformation of the US population. Many people are uncomfortable about this massive change, uncertain and even fearful of it. We need to acknowledge that fear, then provide a clear and rational explanation to the public about what is happening, and more importantly, why it makes perfect sense that so many people from Latin America will keep migrating here if we continue to accept and rationalize the vast chasm of wealth inequality between us and our southern neighbors. Latinos and Latinas, however, are in an unusual position among all the modern migrant groups. We come from a region of the world that has not only provided the bulk of this country's new immigrants for the past 50 years, some of us trace our heritage to families that were living on what is now US soil before it was the US. Mexicans, of course, were long settled in the Southwest before half of Mexico was grabbed by the US after the US-Mexico War. As they say in Southern California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Colorado, we didn't cross the border crossed us. But it's not just a seizure of that land. It rarely gets acknowledged that Mexicans became the main labor force of the Southwest throughout the 19th and all of the 20th century. They were the ranch hands of Texas that gave rise to the cattle industry, the sheep herders of New Mexico that made possible America's wool industry, the copper miners of Arizona who provided the raw material for mass electrification of the northern cities, the early gold and silver miners of California and Nevada, the track workers who maintained all the great railroad lines of the West and the Midwest states. US conquest, however, didn't stop at the Rio Grande. The factual record of how the entire region was pillaged is so ample, so sordid, that it almost defies comprehension. William Aspinwall, for instance, who made millions with his Panama Railroad in 1855, transporting North Americans across the isthmus from the East Coast to the California goldfields, or Cornelius Vanderbilt and his Nicaragua Transit Company, or the psychotic episode of soldier of fortune William Walker, who during his 2-year rule as the dictator of Nicaragua in the 1850s reinstituted slavery, declared English an official language of Nicaragua, and was welcomed at the White House. More than 11,000 North Americans moved to Nicaragua during Walker's reign, with 3,000 to 5,000 joining his occupation army. There was the infamous United Fruit Company, the first great US multinational corporation with plantations in Cuba, Honduras, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Colombia, its own railroads and shipping companies. There was the Havermeyer Family Sugar Trust that monopolized all sugar supplies to the US with plantations in Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic, shipping all their produce to refineries in Brooklyn and Boston and Baltimore under the name of Domino Sugar. There was the Guggenheim family with its massive investments in Mexican railways, and the Hearst family with cattle ranches of more than 1 million acres in northern Mexico. During the late 19th and early 20th, late 19th century reign of dictator Porfirio Diaz, Mexico was basically sold off to foreign investors. By 1910, more than 40,000 Americans had settled in Mexico. I'm talking people coming here, we're talking people going from here to there. Right? More than 40,000 Americans had settled in Mexico. 15,000 of them controlled 130 million acres of Mexico's land. 27% of the entire surface area of Mexico was owned by Americans. Americans own 78% of Mexico's mines, 73% of its smelters, 58% of the oil, 68% of the rubber business. No wonder the Mexican people launched the first great peasant and workers' revolution of the 20th century. And Mexicans remain to this day the largest source of foreign migration. Nearly 60% of all Latinx people in the country trace their origin to Mexico. Here in Chicago, that's an even higher percentage of the city's Latino residents. As for Puerto Ricans, the second largest group nationwide at nearly 10% of Latinos, our numbers have been climbing rapidly in Florida and the southern states, but have been declining here in Chicago and also in New York for decades. Puerto Rico, of course, has been a U.S. colonial territory for 125 years. And throughout most of that first century, our tiny island territory, specifically its mass of agricultural and factory workers, provided more profits to North American-owned companies than any country in the world. This enormous contribution of the Latino and Latina working class to American prosperity rarely gets acknowledged. But it is critically important to proclaim that heritage, to extol the history when others seek to disseminate stereotypes of Mexico, Colombia, and other Latin American countries, sending us criminals, or when some of our own intellectuals prefer to spend too much time perhaps chronicling the life and times of the small percentage of prosperous and famous Latinos, or debating rarefied matters of identity and culture within the Latinx middle class, than to studying the real material problems of the masses of the people. Even today, the hardest, most menial, and least appreciated work in the United States is being performed by Latino migrants. Those who pick the fruits and vegetables that nourish us, who butcher the meat and the poultry we consume, who tend our lawns and repair our roofs, who build our houses and haul our waste, who clean the hotels we use and the office buildings where we work, who wash the dishes and clear the tables in the restaurants where we eat, and yes, who keep our universities clean and sparkling, are invariably Latino. Because of that, more attention needs to be devoted to analyzing trends within the Latino working class, both nationally and right here in Illinois. As the wonderful UIC historian, Lilia Fernandez, who also happens to be my wife, the author of The Brown in the Windy City, Mexicans and Puerto Ricans in post-war Chicago, often remarks to me, this was the first major city in the US where early Mexican, Puerto Rican, and Cuban migrants first began to work and struggle together in their neighborhoods and the factories to fashion a new pan-ethnic Latino identity out of distinct national cultures and experiences. But common does not mean the same, and differences in work, class, and political outlook within those communities should always be appreciated, not overlooked. And as the young, brilliant scholar who you've heard from today, Jose Miguel Acosta Córdova, noted in one of his research projects on industrial segmentation in the Chicago economy, differences in relation to production and capital still exist in the real world, even among Latinos. Among Chicago Mexicans, for example, 20% were still employed in manufacturing in 2016, a big drop from the 50% of 1980, but still significant. An even bigger drop occurred among Puerto Ricans in the city, who went from 47% in manufacturing in 1980 to just 8%. With the biggest industry for Puerto Rican employment in 2016, when he was doing this report, and he needs to update it, was entertainment and recreation services for Puerto Ricans. As for Cubans, nearly a third, 31%, were employed in professional and related services. in 2016, which is a startling jump from when the Cuban community of 1980. All this indicates a growing economic stratification between Mexican workers on the one hand and Cuban, Central, and South Americans on the other. Surprisingly, the percentage of all Latinos employed in public administration dropped from 1980 to 2016, from 4.2% to 3.6%, and it is especially low for Mexicans and Puerto Ricans, another area that cries out for further research. And I look forward to maybe Jose or someone else updating that data. After 60 years of steady Latino migration, the children of those new arrivals, most of them born or raised in this country, are on the cusp of transforming the United States. Too many, of course, are still dropping out of school, but thousands more are finishing high school and going to college, and their presence is already creating upheaval in our nation's education system. Let's talk more data. There are 3.7 million Latinx youth enrolled in American colleges and universities today, 10% of all the students in higher education. In California, they are already 43% of all public college enrollment. Here at UIC, they were 36% of all students last year, by far the largest. But the K-12 population is even more startling. Statistics from the 2022-2023 school year, last year, tell us that 56% of California's public school pupils were of Latinx descent. 53% of Texas public school children were of Latinx descent. More than 45% in Arizona, 33% in Nevada, 28% in all of Illinois, all of Connecticut, and all of Florida, 22% in Maryland. Even in the South, the numbers are mind-boggling. 17% of Georgia and North Carolina's public school enrollment is Latinx. 14% of Arkansas's public school enrollment is Latinx. I've been to Fayetteville, Fayetteville, Arkansas, in northwest Arkansas, where up to 40% of the school children are Latino, because the chicken processing industry at Tyson Foods began recruiting thousands and thousands of Guatemalan workers to work in the chicken processing plant, and now there's this huge community in northwest Arkansas. But what about the teachers, the tenured faculty, administrators, and employees of these school systems? That's another matter completely. It's long past time our community demand that the nation's public education system better reflect the people it serves, and that some researchers track the annual progress or lack thereof and publicly identify the laggards. Then take the issue of drugs. For 50 years, this nation's war on drugs has been a conscious instrument to racially prosecute, jail, and ruin the lives of black and brown youth. In 1973, when I was a young activist in New York City's Young Lords, our state's governor at the time, Nelson Rockefeller, pushed through the infamous Rockefeller drug laws, which called for a minimum sentence of 15 years to life for anyone found guilty of selling 2 ounces or more of heroin or any other illicit drug, including marijuana. Tens of thousands of Puerto Rican and black youth filled up the state's prisons under those laws. The reason given was the terrible heroin epidemic in black and brown communities. That year, there were 6,713 drug overdose deaths recorded in the entire United States. Look it up. 6,713 at the height of the heroin epidemic. 20 years later, in 1993, at the height of the crack cocaine epidemic, with the federal government instituting mandatory sentences for drugs and locking up tens of thousands more black and Latino youth, a total of 7,382 people died in this country of drug overdoses. That's in 1993, 7,000. Fast forward to today. How many drug overdose fatalities in the United States in 2022? 107,000 people died last year of drug overdoses in the United States. 15 times the number of people who were dying in 73 of heroin or that were dying in the 90s of crack cocaine. 15 times the number of drug deaths. Only now it's opioids and fentanyl, and those dying are largely white. So no one is talking about cracking down or long prison sentences for the drug addicts and the drug pushers like the billionaire Sackler family. They're talking about treatment and compassion for our fellow sick human beings, as they should be. And state after state has legalized the sale and use of marijuana and are taxing it. But what is the permanent damage done to so many Black and Latino families from that failed war? The same war and other tough on crime policies were also used to racially criminalize the very process of migration. Between 2010 and 2017, immigration authorities in this country deported 1.3 million non-citizens previously convicted of, quote, aggravated felonies in the United States back to their homelands. The bulk of them, from 50 to 60%, according to the Department of Homeland Security's own data, were actually convicted of minor infractions related to immigration, drugs, or traffic-related offenses such as DUI or hit and run, while only a small percentage had actually been guilty of crimes. But here's more inconvenient data for you. 93% of all the people deported happened to be from just 4 countries: Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. 93% of all the people deported because non-citizens who supposedly committed crime were from 4 countries, 7% were from the rest of the world. Such a disproportionate percentage that you can justifiably argue the entire U.S. deportation system has been a macabre exercise in ethnic profiling aimed at America's closest southern neighbors. The resources devoted to immigration enforcement by the federal government in recent years is staggering. They have spawned an entire new wing of the existing prison industrial complex, geared exclusively to preventing non-citizens from entering the country and to prosecuting, imprisoning, and deporting them, even if they previously enjoyed legal status. In 2021, the federal government spent more money on immigration enforcement, $25 billion, than it did on its main 5 federal enforcement agencies: the FBI, the Drug Enforcement Administration, the Secret Service, the U.S. Marshals Service, and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Put all those budgets together, that doesn't even come close to what they're spending on immigration enforcement. A review of Department of Justice statistics over the past 30 years makes obvious the dramatic shift by federal law enforcement agencies to pursuing and criminalizing immigrants. Here's another inconvenient fact. Back in 1998, 2/3 of all federal arrests were of U.S. citizens. All the federal agencies, 2/3 of their arrests were of U.S. citizens. 20 years later, the proportion had been reversed. 2/3 of those arrested in 2018 by federal agencies were non-citizens, even though non-citizens compose just 7% of the nation's population. In raw numbers, arrests of non-citizens leaped. So, for instance, in the first years of the Trump administration, they increased by 50,000 in 1 year, from 73,000 in 2017 to 125,000. That year, and this is one of the most astounding statistics I've ever come across. That year, federal agents arrested more Mexican citizens in this country on criminal charges than they did U.S. citizens. More citizens of Mexico in this country were arrested by the federal government than all U.S. citizens. Then there is political representation. In the 2020 presidential election, a record number of Americans voted there was a 15% increase nationwide over 2016, but among Latinos, the increase was far bigger, 30%. 16.4 million Latinos cast ballots in the 2020 election, 4 million more than had done the previous year. In the congressional elections, also an all-time high. In the last two congressional elections, including last year when 11.8 million Latinos voted, but that was still only 37% of the registered voters, of the registered Latinos. And the participation levels fall drastically for local elections. Chicago, for instance, has made significant gains in Latino representation the past couple of decades, but a report that we issued last week at Great Cities shows that only 21% of the registered Latinos voted in this year's mayoral runoff. 21%. If you add all the Latinos who are over 18 and adding in those who are not registered, either because they're undocumented, green card holders, or just haven't bothered to register, it turns out that 1 of every 10 Latinos voted in this election. 9 out of 10 were absent from the process. That is hardly the picture of a community on the road to political empowerment. But it also shows the great potential that still exists if that community can be armed with accurate information and fully mobilized to demand respect and accountability. Hopefully, this Latino research initiative can contribute to providing you the data and analysis all of you need to do your work, inspire our young people to believe a better world is possible, a world of peace, not war, of compassion and love, not greed and intolerance. But in all we do, let's remember an old adage. We need to always act locally. But if we don't think globally, we don't understand the sources of the problems and the ultimate long-term solutions. So I want to thank you all for staying through this long morning. I think we may be actually doing the lunch thing and the lunch panel coming up next to hear from some of the brilliant scholars that have been doing this work for years. And let's get to work. We got a lot more work to do. Some of us, those of you who are young, think that this is all new. Some of us who are a little older, no, we've been through this many, many times in the past, but we got to keep on plugging away. Thank you.
Wow, could that not have been more perfect? Thank you, Juan. And thank you especially for ending with talking about love and peace, right? He also mentioned that at 12:30 we have a panel of UIC faculty. They're going to talk about that research. But first, we are going to take a break. The lunch will start to get set up right now. Please come back to your seats by 12:30, which just gives you a few minutes to kind of stretch, network for, actually it's only 6 minutes. Is it 6 minutes? How much time do we have? What time is it? 12, we have 15 minutes. Okay, 15 minutes, there you go. 15 minutes. And then we'll be back up here. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started with our lunchtime panel. So if you're in line to get lunch, stay in line. But otherwise, if we can have everyone sit down so we can get started.
I am trying to be better at it. I am still going to hang out to like network or just talk to you.
So first of all, I just wanted to welcome everyone. Thank you all for coming. It's great to see such a nice crowd.
Get seated, no? Yeah.
So my name is Jonathan Inda. I am professor and chair of the Department of Latin American Latino Studies here at UIC, and I will be the moderator for this panel. So the panel is is composed of UIC faculty affiliates of the Great Cities Institute Latino Research Initiative. So what each of the 4 speakers will do is spend about 4 to 5 minutes talking about their own research, and then we will spend the rest of the time in conversation. So I'm going to introduce all the speakers now, and then I'll just have them speak. I think we can probably kind of go in order from my right to left, if that's okay. So as speakers are Dr. Lidia Fernandez, who's a professor in the Department of History, Professor Xochitl, who's an associate professor in the Department of Latin American and Latino Studies, Dr. Ralph Cintron, who is recently retired professor in the Departments of English and Latin American and Latino Studies, and then Dr. Daisy Jimena Diaz-Strong, assistant professor in the Jane Addams School of Social Work. And at the end, we'll have Dr. Lorena Garcia, associate professor in the departments of sociology and Latin American and Latino studies. So we'll go ahead and get started with Dr. Fernandez. I think we can just start, yeah. Because otherwise it'll take another 15 minutes.
Yeah, they're here. Yeah. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Let me see how to do this. I realize that some folks are still grabbing their lunch, so I'll hold off on showing the slides, hopefully, until folks get seated. But Teresa Córdova asked us to speak a bit about our research, the work that we do, those of us who will be affiliated with the Latino Research Initiative. So my name is Lilia Fernandez. For 2 decades, my research has focused on Latino Chicago's history, or Chicago's Latino history, depending on how you want to phrase it. Many of you here today do critical work on the current conditions, dynamics, and status of Latinos in the metro area. As a number of you have noted, however, understanding their past is important as well. While Mexicans and other Latin Americans in our area date back, sorry, I just realized I should put that slide up. While Mexicans and other Latin Americans in our area date back at least to the early 20th century, I've looked at them primarily since World War II. In my first book, I traced the migrations of thousands of Mexicans and Puerto Ricans who searched for the prosperity of the post-war era by way of good wages and industrial jobs. My own grandparents, in fact, were part of that migration from Mexico. My mother's family lived just blocks away from here before being forced to move in the late 1950s by the construction of this very university. So I've also studied how and where people settled in the central city, the social dynamics they encountered, and their displacement by urban renewal. I've documented Latina activism as well, including writing a history of Mujeres, Latinas, and Acción, for example, the work of young people in Pilsen, Lincoln Park, and Westtown, after they were dislocated and moved to those new communities. And more than just pursuing ethnic pride, territorial defense, or a collective response to their repeated experiences of disrespect, discrimination, and marginalization, their politics, I really want to emphasize, and this is one of the things that I'm myself learning much more about, reflect the tradition of labor organizing for economic justice and democratic representation that their families experience in their countries of origin. So rather than this ongoing narrative that Latinos are somehow piggybacking on the activism of African Americans, or that they only became politically conscious here in the US, many people came with their experiences of various political struggles and social activism in their countries of origin. That political era of the late 60s and early 70s created the communities that so many of you have been defending against gentrification more recently. So I've published numerous articles, book chapters, and other works, and have been working on a second major project that continues to look at Latino Chicago, but emphasizes this time the diverse class composition and pan-ethnic coalitions of Latinos in the city. And part of that includes the student activism at local colleges, like UIC, Northeastern, and what used to be Loop Junior College, now Harold Washington, as well as labor organizing in industrial workplaces and other expressions of solidarity. So I just wanted to say briefly something about why studying, learning, and teaching our history is essential, if you didn't already get that hint from the keynote address. I'm deeply committed to documenting our local past as a native Chicagoan, someone who was born and raised here, not merely to instill pride in our young people, but to remind non-Latinos that we did not all arrive just yesterday, but have long-standing roots in the region that date back over a century. When I started doing this work, and still today in many ways, certainly at the national level, our conversations are very much framed in black and white. And so the demographic data that I initially encountered looking at the population in the middle of the 20th century looked much like this. The black population from 1940 to 1980, the white population. Nowhere in there do we account for Latinos or Asian Americans, or Arab Americans for that matter. And instead, Latinos often were lumped together under the white category, although many did not experience daily life as being racialized as white or identified in that way at all. And importantly, again, to pick up on some of the themes that a number of other folks have already talked about in terms of demographic changes, the geographic dispersal of the population in the metro area, and population growth, we need to look back at least half a century to see just how enormously the population has ballooned since 1970. 320,000 people roughly estimated then. By 2006, over 1.7 million. As a percentage of growth in the region in that same period from 1970 to 2006, in the decade of 1970 to 1980, Latinos represented 176% of the region's growth. In the following decade, 192% of it, and then you see the numbers have declined slightly in the next decade and a half, as migration population growth has diversified to those people from Asia and Africa and the Middle East that was mentioned previously. And then here, speaking to these dynamics between cities and suburbs, you see that in 1970, the suburbs are the green bars. There were about 76,000 Latinos estimated in the suburbs, almost 250,000 here in Chicago proper. And you can get a sense of what that growth has looked like, again, up until 2006, with nearly 1 million in the suburbs, outpacing the 768,000 in the city. So, why is it important to understand this, this historical background? Well, I'll mention briefly a popular genealogy television program that featured the famous actress and producer who you all know probably, Eva Longoria, who traces her origins to Corpus Christi. They followed her earliest ancestors. They researched her earliest ancestors in what is today Texas, all the way back to the late 1500s, nearly 2 decades before the arrival of the Mayflower. Her family's history, and that of so many others of us, asserts a rightful claim to this country and to the hemisphere more broadly. Though so much xenophobia and nativism throughout the 20th and 21st century casts us, at best, as newcomers, or not fully Americans just yet, or at worst, as foreigners, invaders, or interlopers. We know better, of course, that our heritage, whether Spanish, indigenous, or African, affords us as much a sense of belonging and legitimacy as any other members of our society. So for me, this is why I study history and why it matters, not merely for the sake of nostalgia or for esoteric academic knowledge, or even to romanticize resistance and political struggle in the past, as some folks might do, but for the lessons that it offers for the work that you all are doing today, for the implications it has in illuminating who Latinos are, what we have contributed historically, and why we deserve a voice in our democracy. So for those of you who lead community organizations, government agencies, or hold political office, I hope that you will cooperate when I or my students reach out to you or your constituents or community base in the future to preserve our past. My plan, and the reason I came back to Chicago, is to develop a Latino Chicago archive that will capture our historical presence in the region in all of its breadth, complexity, beauty, and tragedy. And ideally, my hope is that studying our past will help advance our future in terms of economic equity and social justice. So thank you. I will turn it to our next speaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you are enjoying your lunch. It's great to go after Lilia Fernandez because I do research post-1980s. So it's like a great way to move forward. I want to first thank Teresa Córdova for inviting me and for believing that my work in the past 15 years is fits very much within the mission of the Great Cities Institute. So in the past 15 years, I've collaborated in a series of projects, and since the marching orders are just to take 4 to 5 minutes to discuss our research, I will briefly try to walk you towards my transnational lens, which has been my focus in the past 15 years here at UIC. I will first discuss my research on Mexican hometown associations in Chicago, the so-called HTAs. My first book, Mexican Hometown Associations in Chicagoan, have it here, explains how migrant organizations connect with local, state, and federal governments here and there. The most visible engagement of transnational migrant organizations is the 341 program, a matching fund where Mexico's municipal, state, and federal governments will match $1 for every dollar invested by HTAs in infrastructure and job-generating opportunities in communities of origin. Eventually, the program increased the number of actors when the Inter-American Development Bank was added to the mix of donors. To date, more than 1,500 infrastructure projects have been completed with the goal of rooting people home to defend the right not to migrate, the right not to be displaced, as Jessie Fuentes was very vividly reminding us this morning. The interest in these new forms of migrant organizing led the Newberry Library in Chicago to launch a digital humanities project with the oral histories of 25 of the most prominent leaders of Mexican hometown associations in Chicago. If you want to enjoy this project, you can Google it, and then you can listen, you can read, and you can interact with this wonderful resource of the digital humanities. In my book, also on page 16, former Commissioner of Cook County, Chuy Garcia, is prominently displayed because I hope that many of you know that he is a founding member of Durango Unido, one of the most prominent HTAs in the city of Chicago. And now I move to a second important area of my research that deals with transnational advocacy and accountability in education, labor, and health. For that, I have an edited volume called Accountability Across Borders, Migrant Rights in North America, that discusses the advances migrant organizations have made in holding the Mexican state accountable to offer access to educational opportunities, health, and employment here. I study the potential for the boomerang effect that is created when advocates apply pressure to the Mexican state by utilizing their voices as migrants. In other words, how is it that Mexican migrants have been able to regain voice in domestic matters back home after so many years of being apparently disengaged from local politics in their communities of origin after their displacement from those communities? In my latest book, co-authored with Shannon Gleason, Scaling Migrant Worker Rights, and by the first time I was able to fundraise for open access. So if you want to visit our website, migrantworkerrights.com, one word, you can download it for free and you can read it tonight if you want to do that. And in that book, we explain the evolution of Mexico's outreach model to help migrants file wage theft and other labor rights violations in the U.S. Department of Labor Consular Partnership Program. In the year of 2004, Mexico's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the U.S. Department of Labor signed a joint declaration to advance immigrant worker rights. This pioneering agreement set the stage for other sister agencies, including the National Labor Relations Board and the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, to replicate those efforts. Mexico's consular network now offers labor rights advocacy services to its immigrant labor force of 5 million across 52 offices, organized primarily through its annual Labor Rights Week in collaboration with United States agencies. However, their impact, our research shows, is uneven across the country. These agency agreements aim to increase access to labor rights for immigrant workers, but by training consular staff who can host Know Your Rights workshops, and by encouraging collaborations with unions, labor centers, and legal aid organizations. These partnerships are especially helpful in reaching populations with a well-founded distrust of both Mexican and U.S. governments and who fear deportation. While these programs have been in operation with dozens of countries in the last 15 years, they are underfunded and struggle to be sustainable. It is no secret that immigrants working in low-wage and unregulated workplaces are vulnerable to wage theft. We heard a lot about it this morning. They are vulnerable to wage theft, violations of occupational safety and health protocols, racial discrimination, and sexual harassment. A recent analysis by the Center for Public Integrity finds that industries with higher percentages of foreign-born workers have higher rates of wage and hour violations. Wage theft is one of the most common forms of workplace abuse, especially among foreign-born workers, who are more likely than their US-born counterparts to suffer minimum wage violations. Finally, I have also devoted time to write about absentee ballots and have actively participated in migrant organizations that have claimed full political rights for migrants. As you know, for a very long time, Mexican migrants were disenfranchised, both legal permanent residents and the undocumented, as they were not allowed to vote in US elections, and they could not vote in Mexico's elections either. Since 2006, Mexican migrants living abroad have regained political rights, and there are now several Mexican states that also allow their citizens who live abroad to vote in gubernatorial elections. There is still room for improvement in the implementation, as there are still significant obstacles to offer full voting rights to all Mexicans living here, especially those who are undocumented and have limited time and resources to visit a consulate to secure a voting card during an election year. Perhaps the excitement of being able to elect the first female president next year will finally create a critical mass of interested citizens who will exercise their right to vote. And why this matters? Because research tells us that those dual citizens engaged back home are more likely to be engaged in political participation here in the United States. And I end there, and I'll welcome questions.
Thank you, Xochitl. I too would like to thank Teresa Córdova. I think this is we started this, I believe, a few years ago, at least the first iterations of it. And I thought it was an extraordinary task for great cities to take on. And so I fully applaud this larger version of it. And looking forward to see how it evolves. So I've been asked to talk a little bit about my research. I can only do 4 minutes worth, so this is going to be a very short version. My work starts off ethnographically, but it also starts off as a study of language and discourse, what we sometimes call rhetoric. So I've always had an interest in how language shapes our conceptualizations of reality, our conceptualizations of what is right, what is wrong, what is just, what is unjust, and so on. And I've also always been very interested in interior life, so that how it is that we have specific beliefs, specific feelings, and then how we project those beliefs, those specific feelings onto the world in some fashion or another. So interior life has always been a very strong interest of mine, and I would contrast that with, say, statistical models that we sometimes use in the social sciences, in which we capture the surface of the outside, but not necessarily the interior life which motivates how we do things. So in a first book, it was called Angelstown, Chetaways, Gang Life and Rhetorics of the Everyday. What I was interested in were street gangs and also graffiti. And I was interested particularly in the Latin kings. And I was interested in what motivated Latin kings to create graffiti on the walls. What does it mean for graffiti to be communicative, a communicative system, say, between folks and disciples and so on and so on. But what did it mean as part of the interior life of someone who was skilled at writing graffiti? And that world, I would say, is completely invisible to policing, to the city, to certainly the leadership of the city, certainly to the economics of the city, certainly to the property rights of the city. And my argument, among other things, was if you did not know what that interior life was all about, then you really didn't understand the system, nor did you have even a glimpse of how that life within that community functioned. So Angelstown tried to do a lot of that kind of work. It was also interested in literacy, and I was trying to capture how young children, for instance, in the schools were being treated. And of course, this was related eventually to the sorts of marginalization that they might feel in schooling, the sort of marginalization which might lead to street gang life, and so on and so on. I was also interested in policing, how at that particular time there was a zero policy against crime, against graffiti, against gangs, and so on and so on. And at that time, and this was, by the way, this was in Aurora, Illinois. No one should know that because it's invisible inside the book. I don't name the place, but I can now tell you 20 years later or 30 years later, whatever it is, that it was Aurora, Illinois. And at that time, there were a number of killings, a number of shootings. And so policing came down quite heavily. And so it was a fraught time. And people were trying to deal with it. City leadership, policies, ordinances, mayor's offices, and so on and so on. I became interested also, again, to try to capture this theme of the interior life. I became very, very interested in vengeance and how vengeance functioned as a kind of passionate logic. And how, in fact, we might even say that vengeance made much more sense in the lives of many of the people that I came to know and live with, made much more sense than regular policing. And so I was trying to capture the interior world as it existed alongside an exterior world which did not understand it. And I was trying to write about that gap. Another book which followed changed the subject matter quite a bit, at least not so much to my mind. In my mind, these things are continuous, but in the minds of many people, this was a very different kind of subject. Second book was called Democracy as Fetish. And in that book, I was interested in the very language, again, the structures, the imaginary of what democracy might be, what rights discourses might be, what justice discourses might be, what equality discourses might be. In my opinion, all of these terms are tossed around very loosely, and there is no substantive way to ground them inside specific meanings. They just float out there, and people grab onto them and use them for their own particular reasons. So I became very interested in how that functioned. I was doing particularly ethnographic work up in Humboldt Park, and if anybody knows how Humboldt Park functions, there is a lot of activist discourses, so discourses of rights, discourses of equality, discourses of justice certainly are very, very important in all activist organizations. And I was interested in delineating how they functioned. In contrast, quite often, to other discourses that use different versions, for instance, right-wing versions. By the way, I have also talked to and done ethnographic work among militia groups, among right-wing extremists, so to speak. And so I'm kind of interested in how they deal with language and oftentimes how they frame things versus how the left frames things. Most recently, I have been interested in climate change. And a lot of this is coming from grants, significant grants from different organizations. And there's a whole large, significant project occurring in Humboldt Park. And I'm interested in, again, there are a lot of scientists from different universities and so on that are gathering information on local climate change, how things are changing in particular urban neighborhoods and so on and so on. But I have to admit, underneath all of that, I think there's the larger question of climate change around the world. And so I believe it was Juan Gonzalez earlier who talked about climate change from, say, climate change affecting Central America. Those kinds of questions interest me a tremendous amount. And I've been looking forward to it, and I know that GCI has a particular pocket of interest in these kinds of issues. So I'm looking forward to contributing more to that kind of sense of migration, and how might migration be changing the very notion of the nation state, particularly increased forms of migration to the borders, whether it be here in Europe or here in the United States. Anyway, thank you very much.
Okay, hi everyone. Hello. So what I want to do with my 5 minutes that I'm going to take is to just share a couple of the research projects I'm working on. But I want to start by telling you a little bit about myself, because I think you'll see that my experiences shaped what I'm interested in. So soy ecuatoriana, I'm Ecuadorian. I immigrated to the US when I was 9 years old and settled in the suburbs. And I was undocumented for 21 years. And so I transitioned to college, didn't transition initially, but eventually transitioned to college and graduated with my undergraduate as undocumented. So that has really shaped my research interest in the educational experiences and outcomes of undocumented Latinx students. In my most recent project, I was interested in how high school staff are able to support undocumented students' college transition. And I just want to do a shout out to Luis Narvaez, who was so instrumental in facilitating that project and was at CPS at the time. So, we know from the literature, from my own research, from many other research, that when students have supportive and informed high school staff, that facilitates the transition to college, right? And on the opposite end, if the staff is uninformed and unsupportive, it negatively impacts their transition to college. But I wanted to know, well, what helps them to be supportive and informed? And so I interviewed 50 high school staff, half of them in Chicago, half of them in the suburbs, to ask their experiences supporting students. And what I found was that high school staff who work in Chicago-based settings have a more favorable environment in terms of supporting undocumented students. Why? They have access to training that's regular and intensive. They have access to resources that are specific to their students in Chicago, access to financial aid resources that are specific to their students in Chicago. And when they advocate for students, for example, wanting to send out a message that the school is a safe zone, administrators tend to be more willing to respond to those advocacy efforts. In the suburbs, on the other hand, there's no training, and so high school staff has to find their own training or do the work without being trained. They don't have as many resources or organizations to lean on or the financial aid resources locally. And when they advocate for students, again, things like, hey, let's do a training. Let's say that we welcome undocumented students here. Their administrators express support for undocumented students, but are afraid of the backlash that they might receive from their more affluent and conservative constituents. So really, this raises the question about differences in local settings, but also we sometimes have these assumptions about urban schools being under-resourced and suburban schools being better resourced. And so we really need to ask these questions about resources for who, and then how are we holding suburban schools accountable for serving their students? The other project, so to transition out of youth, I've been interested in how immigration policy impacts the developmental trajectories of undocumented immigrants. Because I focused on youth, it's been mainly the transition to adulthood. But now I'm really thinking about the impact of immigration policy across the life course. And so, we know it's been 36 years since that there has been a pathway to legalization for undocumented immigrants. This means that a once young undocumented population is moving through the life course as undocumented. But we don't really have a good understanding of the cumulative, potentially shifting, dynamic nature of the impact of immigration policy. So if you're 30, you have certain needs, goals, experiences that it changes when you're 50. So how does immigration policy impact that? This project is a community-based participatory project. I'm collaborating with the Southwest Suburban Immigrant Project, and we are going to be interviewing 60 undocumented Latina women in the suburbs, and I can say a little bit more about how we kind of decided to focus on the suburbs, but we're going to interview 60 women who are in their late 20s to their mid-60s and try to understand how immigration policy impacts them across the life course. And it's really important that this is a participatory project. The organization is immigrant-founded, immigrant-led, immigrant-serving. So I'm going to shout out to Jose Eduardo Vera, Elizabeth Cervantes, Nancy Garcia, who are at the Southwest Immigrant Project and have been collaborating on this. And together we have really refined the research questions, and even more important than the research question, the research goals. What are we trying to do with this research, and what will the outcome be? And I'm sure I can say more about that as we chat, but I think I've hit 5 minutes, maybe a little more, so I'll let the next person come up. Thank you.
All right, I'm last one, so I'm going to keep it at 4 or 5 minutes because I think what will be more interesting is the conversation. So I'm Lorena Garcia. A little bit about myself. I've been doing work on Latinos, looking at doing research on Latinos for about 2 decades now. And so we've been talking about how our identities shape our research interests. I think I've always been building toward this. I am the daughter of Mexican immigrants who came to the United States with less than a 6th grade education and came to look to Chicago from California. When they migrated to California, they decided to come to Chicago to look for the manufacturing jobs. So this is where we settled. So I was born in Humboldt Park and was raised in Westtown. So In terms of my research, I am broadly interested in how is it that Latinos experience inequality, and I think we've all been talking about this, and then how is it that that inequality is produced? And then also, right, we want to be thinking about how we can challenge that so that we can improve the lives of Latinxes. To do this, I have always taken an intersectional lens, and so we know that we don't just experience our lives in terms of just our racial or ethnic identity, or just in terms of our socioeconomic status, but thinking about how other aspects of our lives, such as gender, sexuality, legal status, age, just to name a few, operate in our lives. And so that we know that when racism is operating, we know it's not just racism that's working there. We know that in order for it to work, that sexism has to work, that classism is sort of working as well. And so how does that work then to produce inequality for some folks, but also privilege for others? When it comes to my research in particular, I have focused on two areas. And so my first book really focused much more on the intersections of race, gender, and sexuality in the lives of Latina youth. And I was particularly interested in around how is it that they were thinking about safer sex. So a lot of the research at the time, and I still think to a large extent, really focused on what were troublesome outcomes when it comes to young Latinas in terms of concerns about their unplanned pregnancies, in terms of their exposure or their risk to sexually transmitted infections. And so a lot of that research really focused a lot on blaming families, Latino families, looking at the Latino culture as if there is one culture solely among us. And so I was focusing much more on how is it that they themselves are thinking about what safer sex is, who are they talking to about it, what are the practices that they're engaging in around safer sex. And so as part of that research, I also interviewed some of their mothers to also think about what are the messages that mothers are giving to their daughters around sexuality. And again, to kind of think about how is it that messages around gender and sexuality change in families when it comes to intergenerations, because we assume, again, as if there's one culture and that culture always stays the same, without really sort of thinking about how messages around gender and sexuality, for instance, may be shaped by migration processes, for instance, by education, for instance. So in that research, what I really focused on in particular was also thinking about what sex education looked like in schools. And so most of the participants in that first study were students in Chicago public schools, and really got us to really think about that, about the ways in which schools themselves are unequally resourced when it comes to sexuality education, and the ways, and oftentimes, depending on what communities you're in, the types of lessons that get taught to students and the kinds of lessons that don't get taught to them. And I think importantly, what we want to think about is that sexuality, I think is right, when we're thinking about the importance of that and why sexuality education is important and access to that, is because that it's also very much just not connected to gender and sexuality, and it's not just a women or a girls issue, but it's also about what we know, issues that affect our communities broadly. It's about economic issues, it's about labor issues, for instance. The second project right now that I'm currently working on looks at the social economic mobility among Latinos. And specifically, I'm looking at those who have grown up poor and working class and have moved into middle class as adults. So those who have gone on to college, who are now professionals. So one of the things that I'm interviewing Latinos about is in terms of what are their educational career trajectories, what has facilitated their ability to experience what we call rapid intergenerational mobility. So there's a big shift in their experience from growing up poor and working class to now being middle class or upper middle class. So what has facilitated that? What has also been some of the challenges that they encounter, and especially in terms of the kinds of challenges and changes that they're trying to implement when they're serving their communities. So what happens when they become working professionals? Who are the communities that they're serving? And then I also think it's important for us, as part of the study, is understanding what it's like for them to navigate or negotiate being the first in their family to experience upward mobility. So many times they are often their family's safety net. So what is it like to try to, for instance, accumulate some wealth when they haven't had an opportunity to save money because they are supporting their families as well, many who have not experienced mobility. And so when we know that there is a racial wealth gap and things that have prevented Latinos, but also, we think about Black communities as well from being able to accumulate wealth. And so there's a lot of research that talks about this idea of the racial wealth gap. So I'm going to stop here. I want to thank, I want to thank Teresa for inviting me to join this panel. I think, and I want to thank you all for being here. And so I look forward to our conversation. Thank you.
So we have about 15 minutes left in this panel. So what I thought I'd do is actually just open it up for questions so that you can feel free to ask any questions you may have. I think they're all doing such wonderful work. It's really amazing. Okay.
Okay, thanks. Just Adam Scheffler, social worker in the community. I just wanted to ask anybody who wants to answer this. I had a question earlier about, what precisely do you do when you're doing participatory community research? How do you interpret the data, and then how do you disseminate the data back to the community?
All right, so the project I'm working on now is my first community-based participatory research. But what I will speak to is the process of building that team and deciding on the research goals. And one of the things that we were very certain of was that we're interested in advancing knowledge. We're interested in using that knowledge to better support immigrant women, right? And those are common research goals. But in addition to that, we want to use the research process in and of itself and the resources that come with the research process to also benefit the people impacted by the issue. So in our case, what we're going to do is identify immigrant women who are community leaders and who will be trained to conduct the interviews. In that sense, building skills, building empowerment, building the potential for understanding the issues, and then using that to then better support undocumented immigrant women. Within the dissemination of the research, we have discussed that, as the analysis is ongoing, we would engage in constant, peer debriefing, and then figuring out how to disseminate that beyond academic journal articles, and involving them in the process, maybe presentations, community workshops, really anything, right? I mean, we're really kind of open to what that would look like, but that it will be integral to the dissemination of the findings.
So I would add that as a historian, my work is not so much community-based participatory research, but often we're looking for primary sources, the archives, right? And a lot of our history, unfortunately, is not archived and preserved in local institutions like the Chicago History Museum, even here, UIC Special Collections. So my goal really is to encourage people in the community, particularly those of you who have a long history with community organizations, with activism, with leadership, to reach out to some of us to get your materials and get them preserved and archived somewhere. But the other important piece of this, I would say, is curriculum development. How many of our young people today are learning anything about Latino history in K through 12? How many of us learned anything about our history, either locally or even nationally? Very little. So there are a number of colleagues, including someone at Antonio Ramirez at Elgin Community College and others who I know are working with our state representatives, if any of them are here still, to try to get legislation to include, to require that kind of curriculum in public education.
I do want to respond to that very quickly. My work has always been classic anthropology. In other words, I've lived with people. So in Angelstown, I literally had a sleeping bag on the floor and slept in the home of a particular family that lived in that community. So I have my little notebook as I'm falling asleep. People are telling jokes, Alvarez, you know, if anybody knows what we're referring to. These are men, you know, more or less in the same sleeping quarters, telling these very obscene jokes, and there's a tremendous amount of laughter. I'm taking notes. That actually becomes a very important form of expressive culture, which I kind of theorized, you know, and so on and so on and so on. And with Humboldt Park, you know, that research has been going on for 20 years. I've been working, you know, within that community in one fashion or another. So this is longevity and proximity. Those are my two terms for understanding what the method is. And after a while, everything becomes very intimate, and that divide between researcher and, you know, person that you're talking to begins to dissolve. Obviously not completely, it always remains in some fashion or another. But I'm trying to capture that notion of intimacy, in part because, as I was trying to say earlier, what always interests me is, or rather, typically what interests me is interior life.
Well, I'll say something quickly as a good anecdote of the afterlife of my first book. My first book is truly a participatory action research project Mexican Hometown Associations in Chicago can. And I try always to be as horizontal as possible and follow them in their aspirations about wanting to be known in this city. There are 300 such organizations, approximately scattered throughout the western suburbs, the north, the south, core center. And after the book was published, I was approached by the vice president for research engagement at the Newberry Library that was very concerned that after sweeping the history of one of the most important repositories in the city of the history of organizations. There is such a thing at Newberry Library, the history of Chicago organizations. There were 0 organizations of Mexican immigrants anywhere in the repository. And they wanted to do something about it. And so I went back to the communities and said that they wanted to archive all their materials. And they said no, because they do not trust white organizations. They consider them a very ultimately white organization. And so like I said, well, but okay, I understand that you do not want them to have your materials, but what about an oral history repository? And they agreed to that. And so I am the lead curator of that very small repository that the community agreed to that, to have it archived in the Newberry Library in a digital humanities project. And this is now what I see the afterlife of my very much academic book that only 3 people have read, if I am lucky enough. And now this is like kind of this opportunity of now the Newberry Library seeing this very vibrant scene that is post-1980s.
And I'll just add really quick that for me, I think that as a sociologist who believes in the importance of doing engaged sociology, or what we call public sociology, my research is never, ever, I always say, is never possible without working with community organizations. And I obviously, for confidentiality reasons, I can't name, but there's working with community organizations around sort of what are the issues that they're grappling with, to kind of help think about what some of the research questions are that we should be thinking about, and then also thinking about what do we do with that research. And so in my case, for research with the young women and thinking about sexuality education is thinking with community organizations and also with some schools about sort of programming or workshops that can really support Latino families and supporting their young people around sexuality and gender education. So I would just say that the piece of it for me is also that I see research as a collaboration between the researcher and the communities that they're working with.
I can't reach this. I'm Irma Olmedo. I'm a retired professor from the College of Education, and I'm sorry I'm retired because this is great. I want to commend Teresa for an outstanding conference, very challenging, and I'm so happy to see some of my younger colleagues up there, but I'll brag, I just turned 80. I'm Very good. Okay, I was once a fellow at the Great Cities, way back at the very beginning, and I'm impressed by the progress that Great Cities has made in terms of these research areas, as well as the activism of the researchers through Great Cities. And I know that has run through Great Cities through the very beginning, that it's engaged research, it's research that doesn't sit in a library shelf, but really affects what goes on in the community. Now, I was very challenged by hearing Juan Gonzalez and appalled at what he said about the low voting records of Latinos in Chicago. And so my challenge is that, you know, you're taking on a lot of issues, which I think are all important, but we have to do more about registering young Latinos and getting out the vote. This is terrible that the numbers should be so low, with so many of them being citizens. One of my frustrations when I was a faculty member here was registering students, and I remember going to all kinds of meetings to register them in classes and talking about how important it was, and there was such an indifference. But I think there's greater interest now, and so I would challenge Great Cities and all of us to do whatever we can, particularly coming up on this 2024, which is a critical year to get out the Latino vote. Thank you.
We have time for one more question, I think.
Thank you. My name is Salvador Serna. I'm proud to say that former student of Teresa, back in the day, and Jose's dad, I don't know if Jose's dad was my counselor when he was at Alvarez. So thank you for everything, because it was their inspiration that has placed me where I'm at now. I am very happy. I worked with with Great Cities Institute in 2016 in the development of the Pilsen Quality of Life Plan. And what I just have to say that it was a wonderful thing to partner up with GCI because of what was mentioned today, the participatory research done where community is engaged. One of the things that I learned from that experience is that research and community engagement is not going to work if we don't get involved. So the research is done, but somebody has to do the groundwork. And that's where today was mentioned, and it was mentioned lightly, but very strongly, was with the promotoras de salud. The promotoras learn from the research, but they also put it in practice, right? And what I'm an organizer. I call myself an organizer by profession, and I think that there's more need to start training more young people in how to get involved and engage in community organizing, and becoming promotoras de salud, and becoming community engagement specialists, because they're the ones who are actually going to do the work. The organizations are going to ask for the research, the institutions are going to do the research, but who is going to do the groundwork? And it's young men and women like Jose, who has been doing both, that it really makes it happen. So I'm encouraging, and I would like to know what your thoughts are in terms of building more intentionally more organizers, because if we want to get our vote up, there has to be people out there who is going to be encouraging people to come out and vote. If we're going to be doing more work in implementing some of the ideas, some of the wonderful ideas, for instance, in the quality of life plan, it was me in 2016 going door to door with GCI staff to get those things done. We engaged over 1,000 people and over 187 stakeholders involved in the 2016, and it's still used right now as a guide roadmap for Pilsen. So if we are going to do research that is very much meaningful, we have to have people on the ground who are going to really implement it. Well, I'm encouraging you to please start moving forward to training young men and women and becoming organizers promotora de salud, community specialist. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate your comments. I completely agree with you. So I'll just speak from my perspective. One way I see this happening is, I think as Jose mentioned, if we're thinking about it in terms at the university level, I always see my job working with students. Many of our students are first-generation students as an opportunity for me. I always think it's such a privilege to be in the classroom, to be able to guide them on some of the things that we're studying, but also they come from these communities, and so they bring those lived experiences. So I think that one way we do this is by valuing the knowledge that they bring to the classroom, as a way to kind of connect that with what we know the research is showing. And I think giving them opportunities and space to be able to build on that knowledge, exactly for the reasons you're saying, to think about how can they take that knowledge back to their communities, to serve in those communities as they're working on their degrees and as they're thinking about where they see this most professionally. And so the other way I think about doing it, when I say we know that we're still very underrepresented in terms of Latino faculty at UIC, and so that's always a challenge, but I think that the other way I do that is try to find intentional ways to involve students in my research. So when we're looking at things, what are the questions that are being asked in the study? What did they miss? And what does your lens offer? What's the question that's not being asked for based on your lived experience that can really change how we're thinking about this? So I appreciate you asking that, because I do think of the classroom as a space where it's such a privilege to be working with young minds and knowing that they're going to be out there to be future leaders.
I'll add briefly that, broadly speaking, as an educator, I really see my role as one of helping to inspire young people to go out and do something meaningful and purposeful in their lives, whatever fields they go into. I hope more of them take an interest in history and education and those fields, but I think we all, I would imagine that we all agree with that we want to inspire our young people. So if you know of any students at UIC, family members, constituents, people in your organizations, send them to us, please. We would love to work with them in our classes and have them do some of this research, through their coursework.
You have two of my daughters. And one of them is getting her doctorate in education.
Excellent.
And I'll just add one final thing. I think the interest, the talent, the people to come in and do this work are there. But I also think we need to understand that there's challenges in terms of what academic institutions value and what they reward. And so community-based work takes a lot of time, and that's not a problem. Good work should take time. And to disseminate the research in ways that are not, peer-reviewed journals, it takes you away from the things that you're going to be rewarded for. And so institutions also need to change the types of work that they expect professors to do and that they value, and then to fund and support the work. UIC Great Cities Institute is an amazing example of that kind of support, and I'm so thankful for them for that reason, but we need to do more of that.
So I just wanted to thank our panelists for doing such a great job. Can we give them another round of applause for them? So that concludes our panel. And before the conference concludes, Teresa Córdova wants to say a few words.
I want to thank all the moderators. They did a great job, didn't they? Talk about keeping us rolling, right? Salvador, I'm so glad that you spoke for multiple reasons, but I'm really glad that you talked about the Pilsen Quality of Life Plan that we did with you all. That was first, it represents several, and I wanted to mention it earlier, so I'm glad you brought it up. Should have had you on one of the panels, actually. It was a 18-month process that we went through, and it's you've heard us talk a lot about the research that we've done over as part of Great Cities and as part of the Latino Research Initiative. We also do community-based planning processes. And so Jack Rocha, for example, has an ongoing relationship in South Chicago and the Southeast side. But this Pilsen Quality of Life Plan, and I think they've even reached out again to see if maybe we would follow up on that. That was 18-month. You mentioned we had 1,000 people who came and participated at various stages of that, and I'm so happy to hear that it's still being used. And how wonderful, right, that you here as a former student, and when we did our welcoming centers, Sylvia Villa was here, so it's really awesome for me anyway, for all these years later, right, when you're able to work side by side with students, right? And so we were joking earlier about I was the age that your daughter is now, right, almost, right, when we first met. So we couldn't not have done this, obviously, without all of you being here. So I want to thank all of you for the time that you took to be here. By the way, there's a great book, too, if you want to read a book on Erie House, the history of. Maureen's book is out. It's been out now for about a year. We did an event on that, and you can get her book. Marty Gutierrez is here in the house. I didn't acknowledge her earlier, but she's with Office of Government Relations. And Tanya Cabrera, also UIC, was here earlier, works a lot with our undocumented students. But again, I want to thank everybody. Now, we built into our program time for you all to network among yourselves. So I think there's still some dessert back there. Several of you have asked me, would we have how could you get the video? Did we tape it? Yes, we did. You will have access to it once we get it. We'll probably break it down into the various panels. What about the reports? You can get them on the website, but we will also will send you not only our thank you for attending, but we send you links to some of the various reports. I want to acknowledge again the various elected officials were here, my colegas from UIC, and then I really want to say something also about the staff of Great Cities. I'm just so blessed every day to be able to have such an amazing team that I work with, and I'm so grateful to them. You met as you came in, Andrea Angulo, that's Andrea Angulo that you get messages from on my behalf, Christiana Kinder, and Ebing Lee serve really the basis of our administrative staff. And then Matt Wilson, you guys have heard many references to Matt, just a fantastic, and he's going to be launching before too long. Be on the lookout for that. Our initiative on economic and economic development, we're economic and workforce development initiative, of which he is our associate director. And that's a lot of that has built up from our work on youth joblessness and our promotion of manufacturing sector and access to manufacturing jobs and so on. So be on the lookout for that. Other staff members were here also throughout the day. Taya Crum was one who worked with you on a lot on the, as did Matt, right? As did several of others. What else? What am I remembering to thank everybody? Oh my gosh, did we not have a wonderful keynote speech too? So thank you, Juan. Oh my God. I'm going to talk to May about we can put that in the form of a publication, but we will also again put the video out because I know you're going to want to share that with people. Right, I heard this incredible talk today. You got to hear it. So at some point we will make that available to you. Thanking again the elected officials. Look forward to working with you, Rick Estrada, on the updates. Look forward to working with you, IRPP, on the sort of state as another in your state of race. I encourage you to go to the IRPP website and look at their state of race in Chicago. They have. Stuff on African American communities, Arab American communities, Asian American communities, and Native American communities, right? So I encourage that as well. Thank the photographers, thank the videographers, thank the people who provided the food, thank our farm workers, thank all of you. Yay, hallelujah, praise the Lord. All right. Thank you. Please network among yourselves, and I think there's still some dessert over there as well. Thank you again for coming.